Good afternoon. Welcome. My name is Priscilla Rojas, and I am the chair of the BPDA board. Thank you for joining the November 16, 2023 Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications at Xfinity Channel 26, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. Okay, so I will now begin the meeting with the roll call of members. Mr. Miller.
Present.
Mr. Shepherd.
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Okay, so let's head over to the agenda. Okay, agenda item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of October 12th, 2023 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved. Seconded.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2. Request authorization for the Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Massachusetts Department of Transportation to test automated driving systems on the public ways in Massachusetts and the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Madam Chair, members of the board, since 2017, the BPDA has entered into agreements with autonomous vehicle companies to utilize the roadways within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. The City of Boston, as well as other municipalities, including the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, have also authorized autonomous vehicle testing on Massachusetts roadways. All have shown a commitment to support the incubation of this emerging industry as both public safety and economic development initiatives. The agreement will be signed by both municipalities and the private sector autonomous vehicle companies that are requesting the use of the public ways. Entering into this agreement will negate the need to enter into separate agreements with individual autonomous vehicle companies. Lacking specific staff expertise, BPDA further benefits by agreeing to allow MassDOT to process, test, inspect, and approve the vehicles and autonomous vehicle companies on BPDA's behalf. It is also in BPDA's best interest to ensure the rules, regulations, and insurance indemnification requirements are consistent and fair throughout the Commonwealth. The agreement will be for a 2-year term commencing January 2024 and expiring in January 2026. To remain consistent with past agreements and with all other municipalities that are entering into this agreement, BPDA will not collect a fee for the use of this time. At this time, BPDA staff recommends that the director be authorized to enter into this memorandum of agreement along with other governmental bodies, including the City of Boston and MassDOT, to allow autonomous vehicle testing to utilize the roadways within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? I do have one question. I just want to get a sense of kind of what I'm definitely in agreement. Think that it's a good partnership with MassDOT, but what's the governance like around that? Like, who on our side are going to be, working with MassDOT? What's that communication going to look like?
I think they were basically handing it off to them. They do have to notify us when they're on the roadways within the Marine Park because we need to be insured, so all of that paperwork has to be complete. But I think that MassDOT is really kind of the governing, agency for this, and it's their initiative more than ours. We're just agreeing to allow it on our roadways as we have in the past.
Okay, Dennis, I saw you jumped on. I didn't know.
Dennis may have a better
I'm on
answer.
next. No, I'm just confirming what Maureen said. That is absolutely the case.
Okay, perfect. And I'd have to go back and just look at the agreement in detail, but I just want to make sure, again, as we're partnering, right? some of the risk is being transferred, but, just want to make sure we have the right oversight mechanisms there as the responsibility I feel we still have. So.
As much as we've done this for a few years, it's not.
Oh, no. We've done this for I've been on the board.
Yeah.
No, it's 8 years. This is the first time I've seen it be in agreement with MassDOT, though.
Yes, this is kind of, because I've been on it since it began, and it's gone through different processes, but yeah, MassDOT is kind of taking the reins on this one. Their expertise is much stronger than ours with this, so I'm happy to get you a copy of the agreement, though, if you would like to review it.
Yeah, no, that would be cool. Again, just wanted to kind of make sure there's clear lines of responsibility and everything, but
I agree.
I'm okay with
Madam Chair, this is the same agreement that we signed in 2022 with MassDOT. It was a 2-year term, and our law department would be, very, very involved in making sure that all we're covered in every possible way.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so if there are no further questions, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
We'll call for a vote. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 3, request authorization to terminate the lease between Green Site Incorporated and the Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston, doing business as Boston Planning and Development Agency, and recapture Suite 605 at 12 Channel Street for the Boston Planning and Development Agency use, effective November 30th, 2023. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Green Site has been a tenant at 12 Channel Street since 2017. They design and manufacture drones, which collect and process data to share with corporate clients. Typical clients include golf courses and agricultural uses. For example, they'll fly the drones around a golf course every morning and relay the information to the grounds crew so they know what attention to give the golf course. That's one of the services they provide. Their current lease expires in 2026. However, Green Site had informed the BPDA of their intent to vacate the space before the end of the lease, which they have already done. And they are hoping to attract a subtenant for the balance of the lease. We were trying to negotiate a cash payment, and we weren't successful doing that, so they remain liable for the lease payments. The 10,000 square feet suite is currently vacant, as I said, and it's virtually in moving condition. BPDA is forecasting a need for additional office space as a result of contemplated hires and reshuffling of existing office spaces. We're recommending that BPDA release Green Site from the remainder of their lease and recapture the space for our own use. Suite 605 and 12 Channel Street will give new or existing staff a functional home that is reasonably close to City Hall. The space has 3 built-out offices, a kitchen, a conference room, and the entire suite is air-conditioned. I am aware, however, that I'm asking BPDA, the board, to forego slightly over $1 million in contract rent owed. However, were we to lease 10,000 square feet in the private market for a 10-year term, we would spend well in excess of $4 million. So ultimately, I think we're saving a significant amount of funds to fill a future demand that is almost 100% certain to be needed. It's in BPDA's financial interest to recapture the space before it is ultimately subleased by Green Site. In lieu of an exit fee, we negotiated with Green Site that they will offer the BPDA up to 300 hours in high-tech drone services, including aerial, including aerial surveys, aerial photography, robotic mowers, etc. I'm not personally positive what we would use those services for. However, I'm certain that the smart people that I have the privilege to work with here at BPDA will find very productive uses for those services. That's my request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 4, request authorization for the Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, to advertise an invitation for bids to repair the loading dock platform and canopy at 12 Channel Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. This matter was last before you June of last year. We are looking for authorization to issue the invitation for bids for Chapter 149 work to repair our loading dock and our concrete platform that wraps the three sides of our building here at 12 Channel Street. As you'll likely recall, 12 Channel Street was built in 1941 by the U.S. military as a storehouse in the South Boston Naval Annex. It is home to many light industrial and commercial office tenants who utilize the loading dock on all three sides. The loading dock is aged and needs some repair. This work will seek to repair the concrete of both the loading dock, which is crumbling in some areas, making some structural repairs, as well as making sure the concrete overhang is in good order. Our bid package was prepared by Gill Associates. We are looking to advertise in accordance with Chapter 149. The construction contract would, of course, be awarded to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. This work is estimated at about $2.5 million. It is included in the current FY24 capital budget. And with that, we are asking for your authorization to release this invitation for bids. In doing so, we would expect to come back to the board, likely this coming spring, with a recommendation to award. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 5, request authorization for the Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston, doing business as Boston Planning and Development Agency, to to advertise an invitation for bids for Pier 10 upgrades and the floating dock project in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William.
Thank you. Again, we're excited about this one. This is the first time this specific matter has been before you. We're seeking authorization to release the invitation for bids for this Chapter 3039M work. Pier 10, located in the Marine Park at the end of Dry Dock Avenue, has been identified as an ideal location for a transportation ferry terminal. The purpose of this project would be to add a new stop for a commuter ferry, which would be operated by the Seaport Transportation Management Association. The dock would provide transportation access for the jobs here in the Marine Park. It would increase access via water taxi, commuter boats, ferry, as well, and importantly, provide dock access for a planned Seaport EMS station to be built adjacent to the site. The bid package was actually funded and provided by the Seaport Transportation Management Association. They hired Childs Engineering, who we work with extensively, to come up with this bid package. Everything has been prepared in accordance with Chapter 3039M. We're looking for authorization to release this invitation for bids. The contract would be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. The work is currently estimated at $2.5 million. And this project has a $500,000 award from the City of Boston's capital budget program. So with that, we are looking for your authorization to release this invitation for bids. And I will also share that we've been waiting for the permit for this work for quite some time from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and we got that earlier this morning, so very timely with this vote. So we're very happy about that. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Awesome, this is exciting. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks,
Thank
William.
you very much. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, item number 6. Request authorization for the Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, to enter into a contract with Unite USA Incorporated for the provision of wraparound services to Good Jobs Metro Boston Coalition participants. We have Abigail.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for your time. My name is Abigail Cross, Assistant Deputy Director of the Office of Workforce Development, and we're requesting authorization to enter into a contract with Unite USA to provide wraparound supports to Good Jobs Metro Boston participants. As you may recall, last August, EDIC and OWD received $23 million in funding from the U.S. Department of Commerce's Economic Development Administration, or the EDA, for the Good Jobs Challenge program. In developing our Good Jobs Challenge grant, around $1 million in administrative funding was set aside to provide wraparound supportive services to program participants. This funding is intended to serve approximately 40% of participants, which is around 1,850 participants. A sample of the wraparound supportive services that will be provided with this funding include transportation, childcare, food, clothing and supplies, and communication services. In July 2023, OWD released a request for proposals to solicit a vendor that has the capacity to process requests for the 25 plus organizations seeking these supports for their participants, which OWD does not have the administrative capacity to do. Out of the proposals submitted, United USA's proposal is the most responsive and responsible, and the services provided included a closed loop referral system so that providers can seamlessly pick up where other providers left off. And the proposal was most cost effective, leaving more dollars available for providing resources to participants. The proposed contract amount for United USA is $150,000, taken from the $1 million in Good Jobs Challenge funding for this work. And we plan to enter into a contract in late November 2023. The performance period for this contract will be from November 2023 to August 2025. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much. Great.
Thank you.
Good luck. Okay, item number 7 is the fiscal year 2024 Q1 and end of year equitable procurement and finance update. Michelle.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Madam Secretary, and members of the audience. Hello, I am Michelle Goldberg, the Director of Finance for the BPDA. Thank you for allowing me this time. We are currently in the EDIC portion of the agenda, and I will be providing a combined look at the BPDA. There is no vote on this presentation. It is simply an update for the board and the public. Today, I will review the results of the previous fiscal year, FY23, and discuss performance against the current FY24 fiscal year budget. Next slide, please. And then one more, please. I will start by reporting on our progress against our equitable procurement plan, our focus on process and design of our procurements, community outreach efforts, data collection, reporting, and increased resources towards supplier diversity with the help from the board. Thank you. This has led to a culture that really does support supplier diversity. Next slide, please. We continue to measure our performance against the results of the 2020 disparity study. White women-owned firms are still receiving a large portion of our contracts, and we are seeing significant gains in minority-owned firms. We are still working through our ability to track contracts under the $50,000 threshold, which will give us even more insight into our spending beyond this $4.5 million that we can confirm. Thank you to everyone in the agency that has helped direct these dollars into the hands of minority-owned businesses. Next slide, please. When it comes to current procurement activity, we have seen our typical lull at the beginning of the fiscal year, yet still, even with only 2 procurements going out in the first quarter, the supplier diversity team made contact with over 1,000 minority-owned firms. We are working on those relationships and getting more firms to download our documents. This will matter when our pipeline picks back up. Although I don't have a slide for it, I do also want to share an example of the work that we are doing. BPDA staff are currently engaged in a supplier diversity program focused on survey taking. The Kennedy School's Performance Excellence Network selected 10 organizations from around the country, including the BPDA. Each organization will receive coaching on designing vendor surveys to get feedback from plan holders and vendors on how we can improve our procurement process. The goal of the program is to develop a vendor survey that can be released at the end of the fiscal year. We are looking at preparing 2 surveys, one that will go to existing vendors and another that will go specifically to plan holders that did not bid. The bootcamp participants, I'll just list a few: City of Wichita, City of Madison, City of Tampa, City of Orlando, and Chicago's Department of Family Support Services are just a few of the other organizations in the cohort. Again, thank you to the entire team for the ongoing learning and growth. Next slide, please. Now we are moving into the general finance updates. Next slide. FY23, so last fiscal year, was a conservative budget, and on most accounts, the year played out exactly how we expected. Revenue collection was within a percentage point of the budget. What created a bottom line variance was delayed spending on certain large one-time items. Throughout the year, we talked about how BRA revenue was performing and whether or not spending would require an intercompany grant from EDIC. Ultimately, BRA did not spend at the rate anticipated, and therefore no intercompany grant was needed. When you remove the one-time items that were carried in the FY24 budget and specific audit adjustments, the BPDA ended the year exactly as projected. Next slide, please. Next, we have a high-level review of the first quarter budget for the current fiscal year, which started on 7/1. In the FY24 budget, the first quarter plan included conservative expectations for OWD grants. The federal fund cycles in October rather than July, so often we have to make conservative projections. Grants have come in slightly higher than budgeted, and as always with grants, there will be a complementing contractual expense that will spend down these extra funds. Otherwise, the company is currently performing as expected for the first quarter. Our colleagues in planning and urban design are very busy with several keystone projects, and we anticipate spending to be active throughout the end of the calendar year. Next slide, please. We will be able to move into our construction. The BPDA assets are in need of significant investment, and our staff on the capital construction team continue to crank out work. We have over $107 million of active projects in play. In FY23, we spent $14 million, the highest single year of investment into our infrastructure in over a decade. Thank you, Rebecca Hansen and William Epperson and the entire real estate department for being responsible stewards of public land. With that, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? I have a quick question. That budget to actuals, was that against the original budget or like the forecasted budget?
For the first quarter?
For 2020 or the fiscal year 2023. You know, you're doing the budget to actuals and the variance was small.
Yes.
Was that like our original budget?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Well, congratulations. I know I'm getting a little like.
Sorry, I thought it was a little bit more complicated than what you were at, but yes,
right,
yes,
no.
that is. We haven't adjusted the budget.
Yeah, we don't know how you forecast and you kind of like will update. So it's just, wow, that is, you know, again, just to get a little geeky, like a really great like testament to your like, you know, budgeting and forecasting abilities.
It's an entire team's work. We really do rely on real estate and everybody in the mix. And so, yes, thank you.
Yeah,
we hope to continue to do good work.
Yeah, just really cool. And really congratulations and exciting to be a part of that Kennedy School cohort. You know, that's just, it's amazing. So good luck with that. Okay, so do we have any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So
There's no
moved.
vote on, I'm sorry, there's no vote on this.
Sorry,
Okay,
sorry. Thanks. And I see Dr. Landmark's here, so welcome. Okay, all right. Item number 8, personnel. Mike.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. We have a number of items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda with the exact details included in the board memos. We have 10 appointments. In the Finance Department, Bismari Tavares and Sanaba Kaba, Grants and Budget Assistant. Tori Hart, Senior Community Development Grant Manager. In the Real Estate Department, Jack Toland and Corey Harris, Project Engineer, Capital Construction. In the Office of Workforce Development, Tanisha DeLeon, Deputy Director of YOU. In the Urban Design Department, Maren Bracco, Senior Landscape Architect. In the Planning Department, Michelle Yee, Zoning Compliance Planner 1, Rachel Elmkeys, Planner 2. In the Development Review Department, Lily Hibbard, Operations Assistant. We have one contract. In the Finance Department, Anthony Varani. We also have 3 status changes. In the Research Department, Camille Bergeron from Research Assistant to Research Associate. In the Office of Workforce Development, Anna Scher from Senior Program Manager for NJT to Assistant Deputy Director for Grants Management. In the Planning Department, Eileen Mashad from Planner 1 to Compliance Planner 2. We have 3 out-of-state travel requests, and we have 3 departures. In the Urban Design Department, Grace Charlson, Landscape Architect 2. In the Office of Workforce Development, Verena Niederhofer, Assistant Deputy Director for Grants Management, and Kathleen Sullivan, Deputy Director, Community Engagement, Reed, Boston. And that's everything. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? I just want to say welcome to all of the new hires and congratulations to those who got promotions. That's really great to see. And thank you to Grace, Verena, and Kathleen for your services and contributions. So, with that, there are no other questions. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And that was it. So I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Okay, let's go to the BPDA portion. So thank you for joining the November 16th, 2023 Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. So I will now take a roll call to begin the meeting. Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
Mr. Shepherd.
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Okay, first item on the agenda. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the October 12th, 2023 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2. Request authorization to schedule a public hearing on December 14th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed master plan for planned development area number 146, the 35 through 75 Morrissey Boulevard project in Dorchester. Motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on December 14th, 2023 at 5:40 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the First Amendment to the development plan for the Mission Hill Plan Development Area number 100, parcel 25 and 25B, Mission Hill, Boston, in connection with the notice of project change for phase 3 of parcel 25 project. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd, and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 4, Request authorization to schedule a public hearing on December 14th, 2023 at 5:50 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director, to consider the proposed development plan and Article 80 project for the planned development area number 147, the Mary Ellen McCormick redevelopment in South Boston. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 5, request authorization to petition the zoning commission to consider a map amendment to zoning map 1Q located at Fenway in the Fenway neighborhood district. Christina.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, esteemed members of the board, Director Jemison, and Madam Secretary. For the purposes of the record, my name is Christina Rico, and I am pleased to join you here in my capacity as a senior planner at the Boston Planning and Development Agency. As described in the agenda, I am here tonight to request authorization to petition the Zoning Commission to consider a map amendment to zoning map 1Q. And if someone could advance the presentation, please, when you have a moment. The proposed amendment to zoning map 1Q follows recent text and map amendments to the Fenway Neighborhood District Article 66 adopted by Zoning Commission on June 7th, 2023. The proposed map amendment would modify the boundary of the Fenway Triangle NDA subdistrict to include a single additional parcel bounded by Park Drive, Peterborough Street, and Private Alley 931, indicated on this slide by that small patch of red highlight. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment to zoning map 1Q would remove this parcel from a multifamily MFR subdistrict, highlighted here in pale yellow, and include it in the recently modified boundary of the Fenway Triangle Neighborhood Development Area subdistrict, or Fenway Triangle NDA, highlighted here in red. On the left side of the screen, you see existing subdistrict boundaries, and on the right side, you see proposed subdistrict boundaries. The current subdistrict boundary bisects parcels in the block defined by Park Drive, Boylston Street, Peterborough Street, and Private Alley 931 into 2 separate subdistricts. Where the subdistricts extend between the 2 parcels, it separates property that is in common ownership and divides the regulatory context for an otherwise contiguous block. The proposed map amendment would shift the subdistrict boundary to the nearest public rights-of-way and reunite parcels under common ownership. Parcels on this block are associated with proposed redevelopment well known to the community as 1400 Boylston Street. The proposed map amendment was duly advertised and discussed at a public meeting hosted by BPDA staff on November 7th, 2023. Following the event, relevant materials were posted to the BPDA project website, and we have not yet received any public comments. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 6, request authorization to extend the license agreement with the City of Boston, acting by and through its Property Management Department, for the temporary use of the 559 Columbia Road parking lot to support events and building repairs at the Strand Theater and allow additional storage for the City of Boston construction projects and to take all related actions. Lauren.
Madam Chair, member of the board, 559 Columbia Road is a parking lot containing 17 parking spaces on 10,550 square feet of land in Upham's Corner. The lot is adjacent to the back of the Strand Theater. In March 2022, an RFP for 559 and 555 Columbia Road was issued, aiming to redevelop the site into affordable housing, affordable commercial space, and an Upham's Corner branch public library. On April 13th, 2023, the board awarded tentative designation status to Civico Development and Dream Collaborative LLCs. The RFP requires the proposed developer to provide access to the Strand Theater. The Strand is a venue for a diverse range of performing arts located at 543 Columbia Road. The theater is owned by the City of Boston and managed by the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture. The City of Boston's Property Management Department is currently working on projects that will enhance and expand the functions and production capabilities for the Strand Theater, which requires them to use our lot. Currently, the City of Boston holds a temporary 30-day license to maintain care and custody of the licensed premises, manage parking and loading dock access for the Strand Theater, and to store machinery for project management building projects. Contingent upon board approval, that temporary license term shall extend until December 31st, 2024. The license shall also include an option to further extend an additional year, expiring no later than December 31st, 2026, at the sole discretion of the BPDA. City of Boston Property Management acknowledges that the licensed area is under designation for development and will use its best efforts to operate the licensed activities in a manner consistent with community use and development needs. No fee is contemplated for this use, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Lauren, so we've got a development proposal it's sitting on the sidelines for now. What's the status of what will be built on this parcel?
So currently they're working, the BPDA is working with the developer to come to license terms. The lot right now isn't, it's tentatively designated, not fully designated, and so we're still just working through the paperwork. This project won't interfere in any development activities whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Aye, okay, sorry. And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, item number 7, request authorization to adopt the final designation of Windale Developers Incorporated as developers of 12 Boston Planning and Development Agency owned parcels located at Holworthy Street and Hollander Street in the Washington Park urban renewal area, project number Mass R-24, and to take all related actions. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The Holworthy Hollander disposition site consists of 12 BPDA-owned parcels comprising 75,216 square feet of vacant land in the Washington Park urban renewal area in Roxbury. The request for proposals for this property was developed through a collaboration with the Mayor's Office of Housing, offering residential land for redevelopment in the Garrison Trotter community through MOH's Neighborhood Homes Initiative program. After an RFP was released in December 2021, the BPDA board voted to tentatively designate Windale for the redevelopment of the parcels on May 12, 2022. The proponent has agreed to develop approximately 32,200 gross square feet of new residential space made up of 3 single-family homes, 8 side-by-side townhomes, and 2 two-family homes. Of the 23 units, 16 will be for affordable home ownership, 5 will be market rate ownership, and 2 will be market rate rental units. The affordable homes are evenly distributed between 80% AMI and 100% AMI. Since being granted tentative designation, the developer has completed all requirements for final designation, including Public Improvement Commission approval for the discontinuance of a portion of Hollander Street and a portion of Holworthy Street, and for the widening, relocation, and extension of the existing street lines of Herald Street, finalization of Article 80 and zoning approval, and assemblage of necessary financing. Therefore, we are requesting the board grant final designation to Windale Developers for the redevelopment of the Holworthy Hollander parcels. I am joined by Nick Elton from the development team for a brief presentation of the project and to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I hope you can hear me. I am the architect from Westbrook Architects working on the 4th phase of the Garrison Trotter project. This project composes 23 units, a total of 13 buildings, many of which are detached single-family homes, a total of 19 single-family homes and 2 two-family homes. This is for home ownership. It is being proposed by Windale Development and Crosswinds Enterprises, or local MBE developers and local MBE contractors. You will see in the last slide a breakdown of their minority and women participation. This is the 4th phase of a project to rebuild the Garrison Trotter community. The previous, there is a total of 70 units between the full phases, and these involve a total of 12 lots that are currently owned by the BPDA. This project will meet or exceed the LEED Silver standards. Obviously, it will meet the stretch code. It is a fully Energy Star project and will use fluorescence material for the plumbing. Next slide, please. As you can see in the slide, in the images below, there is a breakdown of the unit counts and the numbers of units. And on your left, you'll see an aerial image of the site in question. The red shaded portions are the portions that are about to be developed in this project between Hollander and Holsworthy Street. As you can see, there is also a portion that's shown there where we're going to be adding a new extension to Harold Street as part of this project. So the most current section of this development is the red shaded images that you see. We're also showing you the blue and yellow images of houses that this developer and contractor have done in the past to rebuild in the first 3 phases. Next slide, please. So this is a master plan for the site. In the middle of the site where it says on the bottom, New Street, that is an extension of Harold Street between Holsworthy and Hollander, which is currently undeveloped and closed off. And as you can see, there's a series of 6 new homes fronting on that street, as well as an additional 4 homes on Hollander, and 6 homes that front on Holsworthy. Next image, please. This is an image that shows you the view on Holsworthy looking towards the northwest. Next image, please. This is on Holsworthy. It says Holland, but it's looking west on Holsworthy across the site in the areas that will have a series of new buildings added, as well as the new street. Next image, please. And this is the same area that shows the current alleyway that is Harold Street, as you can see, closed off, that will be developed into a full-formed street with site utilities, new lighting, curb cuts, drainage, etc. And a large vacant lot on the right portion of this identifies the area where there will be a total of 7 of the 13 new buildings proposed. Next image, please. And this is a breakdown of the MBE WBE participation. As you can see, this is a 100% MBE WBE owned company. So the workers on the job will comprise 85% workers of color, and the minority business enterprise workers will be 70%, the Boston residents will be 60%, and the women's workers will be 8%. I've worked with this company for over 20 years on probably 8 to 9 jobs, and they are a collaboration between a Chinese owner and an African-American owner who actually, incidentally, was the former center for the UMass basketball team. I hope that answers your questions, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, all right, any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks so much and good luck.
We thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, item number 8. Request authorization to award tentative designation status to Trinity Financial as the redeveloper for the long-term lease and redevelopment of the Austin Street parking lots in Charlestown, and to enter into lease negotiations with the redeveloper to facilitate the long-term lease and redevelopment of the Boston Redevelopment Authority owned site, and to take all related actions. Natalie.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The Austin Street parking lots, commonly referred to as the Bunker Hill Community College parking lots, consist of 2 large parking lots located in the southwest section of Charlestown. The parking lots are adjacent to Bunker Hill Community College and are currently being utilized by its students. This property was identified as an underutilized site that could address some of Boston's most urgent needs in the public land for public good citywide land audit. In May 2023, an RFP was released for the redevelopment of the Austin Street parking lots. The development and design guidelines outlined in the RFP were derived from 3 public meetings held between October 2022 and March 2023, as well as through the ongoing Plans Charlestown effort. The development guidelines were centered on the creation of affordable housing, open space with sports fields, pedestrian and bike connections, public realm contributions, retail spaces and ground floor activation, artist spaces, and transit-oriented development. The RFP mandated that at least 60% of residential units proposed for the site be affordable, with a range of incomes and restrictions and unit sizes. It was also expected to include both rental and home ownership units. The BPDA received 2 proposals in July 2023. Both proposals were evaluated by an internal evaluation committee and a project review committee. The internal evaluation committee included city staff from the BPDA's real estate, planning, transportation, and urban design teams, as well as the Mayor's Office of Housing and the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture. The project review committee comprised of residents of the Charlestown neighborhood who have lived experience in the neighborhood and subject matter expertise in the evaluation criteria. Both the internal evaluation committee and the project review committee deemed the Trinity proposal as highly advantageous for its creation of affordable housing, strategic phasing, compelling building designs and open space, accomplished experience, and strong diversity, equity, and inclusion plan. I am pleased to introduce Abby Goldenfarb and Kenan Bigby of Trinity Financial to present the details of their project to the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Kenan Bigby. I'm Director of Development for Trinity Financial. Next slide, please. So Trinity is a 36-year-old Boston-based firm. We have lots of experience doing these types of mixed income, mixed use developments. Additionally, our firm has a strong focus on diversity. Trinity is a 50% minority-owned firm, and more than 53% of our firm's employees are either people of color or women. And for this particular undertaking, we've put together a development team that is comprised of 27% MWBE firms, and will include innovative DEI outreach to try to maximize the participation through all phases of development. Finally, in regards to the team, we recognize the importance of working with communities, working with our public partners, and utilizing those elements to create really impactful, positive change to the neighborhoods in which we work. Next slide. As I mentioned, Trinity has a long track record of doing this type of work throughout the city of Boston. This proposed development includes several elements that we have successfully undertaken in previous development efforts, including rental and home ownership development, market rate and affordable development, mixed use retail and arts development, new streets and infrastructure to really create new spaces for residents to enjoy in the city of Boston. Next slide. These are just a few examples of our work in Boston. And then one additional project that we wanted to highlight is 425 Grand Concourse. The reason for that being that this is currently the largest passive house development in the Northeast, and includes many green building technologies aimed at sustainable development. And we'll be looking to bring those technologies to the development in Charlestown as well. Next slide. Finally, as I mentioned, our development team is comprised of 27% MWBE firms. We also have individuals in firms that live and work in the Charlestown neighborhood, again, emphasizing how important it is to us to fully engage with the community in bringing these developments to life. I'm going to turn it over to Abby Goldenfarb to walk you through the particulars of our proposal.
Thanks, Kenan. Trinity's process really starts with outreach to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. We have had initial conversations with a number of these community groups and anticipate following up with them and with others as the process goes forward. Next slide. This is the site plan for our proposal. To orient you, I-93 is at the bottom of the page. The Community College T Station is on the left side of the page, and Rutherford Avenue is at the top. We are proposing a two-phase development where each phase is oriented around a central green. Phase 1 includes a mix of market and affordable rental housing in 2 buildings across and around an arts common. This will be used for community programming such as art shows and farmers markets. We have also included in Phase 1 retail, a community arts gallery, and artist live-work units. Phase 2 includes 2 buildings that are programmed for a mix of market and affordable home ownership. We are proposing the potential location for the expanded Charlestown Nursery School and a community recreation center. These buildings are oriented around playing fields for youth sports. Next slide. This is an aerial of the proposed development from a bird's eye view with the Zachem Bridge in the background. You can see the buildings step down from 12 stories against the highway to 6 stories as they approach Rutherford Avenue and the neighborhood across the street. Next slide. This is a summary of the program elements. Our proposed development is home to a mix of market and affordable units, as well as neighborhood amenities for indoor and outdoor recreation, early childhood education, and the arts. We believe that each of these components is critical to this new neighborhood in Charlestown. Next slide. This is a further breakdown of the development. We have included over 1 acre for the open field space, a proposed 19,000 square foot early education facility, and an indoor community center. Next slide. As a company, we are very intentional about our art space and have developed a significant number of affordable housing for artists, and also have included galleries in many of our buildings. Next slide, please. This is a view of the playing fields looking north, surrounded by the 2 homeownership buildings. Next slide. This is the view of the fields looking south, surrounded by those buildings, and you'll see the proposed recreation center in the forefront. Next slide. This is the view of the Phase 1 Artist Common and the community gallery on the right of the screen. Next slide. And another view of the Arts Common and retail to the left with the artist live-work galleries in the background. Next slide. Here is a view oriented toward the Charlestown neighborhood. We envision the space for farmers markets, art fairs, and picnicking and passive recreation. Next slide. This is the projected schedule we put out in the RFP. Our goal will be to start the city's Article 80 process after additional community outreach, advancing design, and conducting the studies that are required for submission. And final slide. We are an established company with a long track record of building high quality, affordable, and market rate housing. We'd like to take on complex developments. We welcome the public process, and we look forward to working with the city on this endeavor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any questions or comments from the board?
I do have a question. I know there's a number of projects that have been on hold because of the financial markets. I'm wondering, it's probably early in your process, but how you see the financing coming together for this?
Yeah, we don't have a crystal ball to be able to tell you down to the penny what the budgets will look like once we get through our preliminary approval process. But in putting together our RFP response, we did spend a lot of time working with our contractor to sort of project construction costs as well as could be, and speaking with our financial partners about the parameters around which resources could be raised for this project. So we feel confident that the dollars we need will be there. That being said, because of the level of affordability here, because of the inclusion of both affordable rental and home ownership, there is the need for quite a bit of affordable housing subsidy. And so all of that was disclosed through our application or our RFP process and included the relevant applications to both city and state agencies that provide those types of resources. As has been mentioned, Trinity has experience in doing these type of mixed income developments, and so we have a sense for our ability to raise and to meet the obligations of those required subsidies. And we have good partners that are sort of really bought into and emphasizing the need for affordable housing here. So we feel pretty good about our proposal. There's a lot of work to be done, and who knows how the markets will change over the coming year. But we've been pretty conservative in our assumptions and think we'll be able to meet any challenges that do arise.
Great, thank you, Ken. I appreciate that perspective.
Some additional questions or comments? Just want to, commend the developers. Great outcome in your MWBE participation all around. It's just so great to see, and kind of combats the, they're not out there kind of rhetoric that we used to hear, but now we're seeing so much of, just really great outcomes. So I appreciate that, and also appreciate your incorporation of an early childhood education component to this. It's something that I hope we see a lot more of. I can't remember if it was here or one of our research presentations or some webinar I attended, but it's really beyond concerning about the access to early childhood education and childcare. So just want to commend you for recognizing that and incorporating that as well. So if there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. All right. Item number 9. Request authorization to extend the tentative designation status of Diane Bell to facilitate the sale of the Boston Redevelopment Authority owned parcel known as 20R Dacia Street in Roxbury, and take all related actions. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. 20R Dacia is a 2,066 square foot parcel located in the Roxbury neighborhood of Boston. The parcel is landlocked and was placed into the Abutters Parcels program, which focuses on the sale of small and buildable BPDA-owned vacant land parcels to abutters as deed-restricted open space. On March 21st, 2022, the BPDA made an application for the sale of 20R Dacia available to the direct abutters for 60 days. Diane Bell was the only abutter to submit an application for the parcel. Mrs. Bell's proposal focuses on the improvement of the land, which includes keeping the parcel as open green space, planting a perennial garden, grass and tree replacements, installing a privacy fence, and planters along the edges of the parcel. This board granted Ms. Bell tentative designation on November 17th, 2022. Since that time, she has started a partnership with the Speak for the Trees organization for tree acquisition and has hired an attorney to review the deed and LDA for the parcel. During this short tentative designation extension, she is required to achieve site design plan approval by the BPDA, which is currently in progress. Therefore, the BPDA staff recommends the extension of the tentative designation status of Diane Bell for the sale of 20R Dacia until January 18th, 2024. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Rebecca. Okay, item number 10. Request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority to purchase a portion of the parcel between Lowney Way, Mount Vernon Street, and Prospect Street in Charlestown, identified as parcel ID 0202822000, the Peace Park, from the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, and to execute a memorandum of understanding within the Parks Department outlining the commitments for the eventual transfer of the parcel to the Parks Department, and to take all related actions. Natalie.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The Peace Park, originally known as the Mount Vernon Street Plaza, is located between Lowney Way, Mount Vernon Street, and Prospect Street in the Charlestown neighborhood. The property is approximately 5,600 square feet and is currently owned and operated by MassDOT. The Peace Park was originally dedicated to the late Robert McGrath, a beloved Charlestown resident who was tragically the victim of community violence 30 years ago. In 2019, a group of neighbors and community members made necessary improvements to the Peace Park. The Charlestown Coalition Youth Program, Turn It Around, began regularly maintaining and programming the Peace Park with community events such as painting stones in the name of loved ones lost to violence, holding a peace walk in the neighborhood from the Peace Park, and incorporating plaques with quotes about peace along the benches. In March 2021, the City of Boston awarded the Charlestown Coalition, in conjunction with the Charlestown Preservation Society, a Community Preservation Award of $500,000 as an opportunity to fully design and build a renovated park to bring infrastructural improvements, new park furniture, and vegetation to the Peace Park. The real estate department within the BPDA seeks to acquire the Peace Park from MassDOT in order to support the Charlestown Coalition in making the capital investments into their site before ultimately transferring the property to the Parks Department. The capital construction team within the BPDA's real estate department will oversee all aspects of construction in order to deliver a finished site to Parks. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 11, request authorization to advertise a request for proposals to qualified vendors for participation in a downtown waterfront trolley kiosk program for the 2024 tourist season and to take all related actions. Lauren.
Madam Chair, the downtown waterfront area is one of the most popular tourist destinations in the city of Boston. Attractions like the New England Aquarium, whale watching, party cruises, and several dining and open space areas bring tourists and residents alike to the harbor's edge. As such, it's a valued location for our trolley tour businesses. There are 3 trolley kiosk locations on BPD-owned land between Long and Central Wharves. 2 of these kiosk locations have active licenses. This proposed RFP will seek a vendor to operate the 3rd kiosk location. The term of the awarded license for the downtown waterfront trolley kiosk program will be for the 2024 tourist season, which will be from April 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2025. The minimum annual license fee specified in the RFP will be $5,000 per kiosk per month. License fees collected from the trolley kiosk will assist the BPDA in maintaining the area through needed capital improvements, including snow and trash removal, power washing, light maintenance, and security. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 12. Request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, to enter into a grant agreement with Drexel Village LLC for the use of funds from the Economic Development Bill earmark and to take all related actions. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Massachusetts Chapter 268 of the Acts of 2022 Economic Development Bill earmarks approximately $3.7 billion to support recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Drexel Village LLC was awarded $2 million in an Economic Development Bill earmark for the City of Boston for infrastructure improvements, site preparation, assessment and remediation, and tree preservation and development of accessible open space for the Drexel Village project. As a reminder, in November 2021, the BRA granted tentative designation to Drexel Village as developer of the Crescent parcel in Roxbury. The approximately 300,000 gross square foot mixed-use project will offer a 3-building concept that includes the renovation of the St. Catherine Drexel Church and parish ministry space, along with mixed income rental and homeownership housing, retail, commercial, and social service space, including over 60,000 square feet of public open space. After being awarded the earmark funds, a grant contract is executed between the state and BPDA, and then a corresponding grant agreement is executed between the BPDA and Drexel Village. The grant contract and grant agreement outline the parameters under which funds may be utilized, as well as the requirements for each party. Staff have coordinated with the Drexel Village team and determined that they meet the criteria outlined in the ARPA earmark funds to promote economic development, strengthen health and human services, advance clean energy, expand affordable housing, and invest in local communities, businesses, and workers. The BPDA staff recommends that the board approve a grant agreement with Drexel Village for the development, key infrastructure improvements, and site preparation activities that will benefit the assessment, remediation, and overall preservation of trees, as well as develop accessible open space for the Drexel Village project. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, item number, where we go, 13. Request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, to enter into a grant agreement with Jackson Square Partners LLC to be used to complete infrastructure-related work utilizing neighborhood development funds and to take all related actions. Michelle.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Madam Secretary. I am Michelle Goldberg, Director of Finance for the BPDA. Thank you for allowing me this time. I am seeking the board's authorization, to enter into a grant agreement with Jackson Square Partners LLC. Funded by the Neighborhood Development Fund, this grant will ensure completion of public realm improvements that were delayed in the MassWorks grant program. Work includes the new Jackson Street Park, essential landscape improvements, and the MBTA busway improvements. Jackson Square Partners LLC will complete the work, and expenses will be reviewed by our capital construction team to ensure appropriate usage of funds. All parties have agreed that the work will be completed by August 30th, 2024, with the BPDA reserving the right to review, reject, or extend as needed. With that, I seek the approval of this board and can answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Great. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Michelle. Okay, item number 14. Request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, to adopt a minor modification resolution to the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-24, parcel L-25, modifying land use and building requirements of the Washington Park parcels, and to take all related actions. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The Washington Park Urban Renewal Plan, project number Mass R-24, was adopted by the BRA in January 1963 and approved by the City Council on February 1963. The primary goal of the Washington Park Urban Renewal Plan is to promote the revitalization of a core civic area of the city. Since the adoption of the plan, the BPDA has continued to advance the disposition of land within this urban renewal area. 44 Maple Street, parcel L25, is a 10,406 square foot vacant parcel within the plan area. After a robust public process, the community determined that the best use for the parcel would be to retain the open space nature of the parcel and to add community garden space. In August 2023, the board authorized the tentative designation of the parcel to the Maple Street Food Forest Stewardship Committee and the Boston Food Forest Coalition to advance this vision. To facilitate the sale and redevelopment of this parcel, a minor modification to the Washington Park Urban Renewal Plan is needed to allow community garden development. The proposed modifications are minor and do not substantially or materially alter or change the plan. Therefore, we are seeking to approve approval to adopt a minor modification to the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area and to authorize the director to execute and deliver any necessary documents in connection with the minor modification for parcel L25. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 15, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of 140 Clarendon Street project in the Back Bay. to certificate of completion. So a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 16, request authorization to approve the institutional master plan notification form for renewal and extension of the Emerson College institutional master plan pursuant to section 80D of the Boston zoning code and to take all related actions. Newport.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Apologies, I was just having some technical difficulties there.
We see you, we hear you.
Great, sorry. Give me 1 second. My computer seems to be frozen.
Yeah, when that happens.
All right, up and running. So sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your patience, members of the board, Secretary Bohemus, and Director Jefferson. My name is Nupur Manani. I'm the Deputy Director of Master Planning and Policy here at the BPDA, and I am bringing this action on behalf of Scott Greenhall, who's a project manager on our team. The proposal before you this evening is the Emerson College Institutional Master Plan for renewal through the years 2023 through 25. This is a proposed renewal of the existing IMP that was approved by the board in 2012. And at this time, Emerson College does not anticipate any new institutional projects within the renewed term of the IMP. The college filed their IMP-NF notifying us of their intent to review on October 16th of 2023. The IMP-NF was then shared with all internal and stakeholders following our standard process, and the neighborhood was notified of the filing via email as well. The comment period for the IMP renewal ended November 15, 2023, and no comments have been received during this time. I will now turn it over to Peggy Ames from Emerson College to begin the presentation, after which we would be happy to take questions and comments from the board. Thank you so much.
Newport, Peggy is an attendee, but she hasn't accepted the promotion to be a panelist.
Give me 1 second, Teresa. I'll let her know that she should do that.
Here we go. Tony's a panelist.
It looks like she's over now. Maybe she can, and she looks like she's unmuted. Peggy?
Yes, I am.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you very much. Again, I'm Peggy Ames. I'm the Vice President of Government and Community Relations at Emerson College, and we are pleased today to present the extension and renewal application of the Institutional Master Plan, which, as you've already heard, has no new changes. Change slide. The slide you have before you, which is the requested information you asked of the college, you can see from the last 2 years, these numbers were compiled, and there are very few changes in both the student housing and the Emerson employee numbers. However, I did want to pass by the public realm and talk a bit right after that. And also I'd like to stop on the sustainability column, because we're very proud to say that the sustainability ambitions of the college are to reach carbon neutrality in 2030. Currently, the college is ranked 22 of the top 50 green colleges by the Princeton Review. Slide, please. This is our wonderful campus on the corner of Boylston and Tremont Street. It remains the same, although I was going to put a little dot in there for the wonderful hospitality site that we created this summer on the corner, well, a little bit up from the corner of Boylston and Tremont Street. It was the first beer garden on the common this summer, and hopefully we will be extending it and expanding it for next summer. Thank you. Next slide. This slide is very important to, I think, everyone on this call. This is a weekly total of pedestrian counts that go to and from different parts of the downtown. And I take this out of its order because the context is that we never did any stats. And on the corner of, until last year, but on the corner of Tremont and Boylston, you will see a 75,057 number. And these are actually daily numbers that we get weekly summaries of, excuse me. And so last year it was in the 60,000 mark. This year it's already up to 75,000. And this is the current slide of, I think it was last week. And I thought that's very important for the connectivity and the public realm that you'd like to see that. Slide, please. This is our last Article 80 project that we created with the Little Building's new facade. We wanted to juxtapose it to the original slide over here where you see the Little Building on the top, and we hope to someday get that signage back up since we do see a lot of signage on the tops of some of our buildings, and that would be a wonderful addition to this corner. Slide, please. Currently, you're looking at the reconditioned, refurbished, renovated, restored Little Building with a projection mapping on it for the new years in 2021. I show you this because this is another advancement in highlighting an area of the city that the college takes great pride in. We're the only institution that has this opportunity to project messages on in a really significant way. It lights up the other corner of Boylston and Tremont, and we hope to keep producing messaging on that site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks so much, congratulations, and appreciate Emerson for being a part of our city and community.
Thank you so much for having us, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, item number 17. Request authorization to approve the institutional master plan notification form for renewal and extension of the Boston College Institutional Master Plan pursuant to Section 80D of the Boston Zoning Code and to take all related actions. Nick.
Hi, apologies, my camera isn't working, but I'll forego that. Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Wilhelmus. We're here before you to present a 2-year extension with no changes to the Boston College Institutional Master Plan. The IMP, originally submitted in 2007 and approved in 2009, represents a comprehensive strategic plan which addresses the academic program and outlines the institutional needs of the university at the time of the filing. The IMP was subsequently renewed by the BPDA in 2013 for a 4-year period, in 2017 for a 4-year period, and again in 2021 for a 2-year period. In that time, there have been several amendments to the IMP, including renovations to 2101 Commonwealth Ave, renovations to the Margaret Connell Recreation Center, and the new Fish Field House. The current IMP extension with no changes before you this evening for approval has the support of the IMP Task Force. I will now turn to the BC team to take you through the IMP extension.
Thank you, Nick. Good afternoon, Director Jemison, Executive Secretary Wilhelmus, Chair Rojas, members of the board. My name is Tom Keaty, and I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Community Affairs at Boston College. Attorney Joe Herlihy from the General Counsel's Office, Jean Levesque, Director of Government Relations, and I are pleased to be before you this afternoon on the request for a 2-year renewal of BC's Institutional Master Plan. Last renewed in 2021, and to update you on the university's development plans and community benefits since our last renewal. Could you have the next slide? I think we need the next one. That's it. The first slide shows the BC Institutional Master Plan map for Boston, Newton, and Brookline. The key on the right shows projects completed in dark blue. projects under construction in light blue, and projects in planning in yellow. Next slide. The 2009 plan called for the development of mixed uses throughout our campuses, with construction of academic, housing, athletics, and administrative projects, as well as the creation of open space. As this slide shows, BC has built new or substantially renovated 15 buildings on its Brighton and Chestnut Hill campuses, representing $813 million in union construction and over 3,300 union construction jobs. I will now turn over the presentation to Jean Levesque to discuss community benefits in the next slide.
Thank you, Tom. Members of the board, the slide before you highlights our community benefit programs, as well as provides you an update on our scholarship aid since we last were before you on the renewal. As noted, 65% of BC student body receives financial aid, $185 million of that aid in 2022, and of that, we're very proud that $172 million is from direct institutional funds from Boston College. And residents of Boston students, 292 benefited with $10.7 million in aid. We also have two signature scholarship programs, primarily geared towards Austin Brighton residents. First is the Austin Brighton Scholarship Program, and that's a full tuition scholarship program to 15 students. It's need-based, and we've awarded almost $1 million to 15 students this past academic year, 2022, full year. And we also provide the Wood Scholarship Program, which is geared towards non-traditional students and those looking to come back to BC to finish complete their degrees. In addition, we have two signature grant programs that BC started both in 2015 for the NIF and 1995 for the Community Fund. And these are both geared towards providing Austin Brighton nonprofits and community organizations money for their programs and services, as well as public realm improvements that have included improvements in public parks, transportation improvements, improvements on schools, and they're all geared towards improving the public realm. And to date, between the two combined programs, we've distributed over $4 million in aid to Austin Brighton community-based organizations. And in addition, we're also very proud of our community engagement. Many of these programs within the educational programs coming out of the Lynch School of Education, partnering with Boston Public Schools, Catholic schools, and other schools in Greater Boston. And they include the programs listed below. I won't go through all of them, but there's a significant amount of time spent providing student teachers in these programs, doing read-aloud with our employees in public and the parochial schools. And we also do, as a Catholic Jesuit institution, service is a very big part of our mission. And so our students volunteer and provide community service yearly in the amount of 475,000 hours. We also provide free cultural and athletic resources, cultural through the McMullen Museum of Art and our Arts Festival, which is one of the largest free art festivals that's happened in the city of Boston. And we provide athletic tickets and invite our community to come to all the athletic programs, football, basketball, hockey, and our other sports that are happening here on campus. And with that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions from the board.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Dr. Lansmart?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much. And as
Thank
well,
you.
kind of like college night. So
Yes.
we appreciate your students and all that you do for our community. So
Perfect. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you. Good night. Bye-bye.
okay. Right. Next item, number 18. Request authorization to renew and extend the Tufts University Health Sciences Campus Institutional Master Plan for a period of 2 years until November 16th, 2025, pursuant to Section 80D of the Zoning Code, and to take all related actions. Newport.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. My name is Nupur, as I've stated before, and I am in front of you this time, again on behalf of my colleague Scott, to bring you a proposal for the Tufts University Health Sciences Campus Institutional Master Plan renewal with no changes for 2 years through 2025. This is a similar renewal to the couple of actions you just undertook for the Tufts campus in Chinatown. Tufts, similar to the other institutions you reviewed, does not anticipate any new institutional projects during the term of this extension. The university filed an IMPNF notifying of their intent to renew on October 13th of 23. The IMPNF was then shared with all internal and external stakeholders, and the neighborhood was notified of the filing via email, as well as an ad in the Herald published on October 16th, 23. The comment period for the IMP renewal ended on November 15th, 23, and no comments have been received during this time. I will now turn it over to Liza Perry from Tufts University to begin her presentation, after which we'd be happy to take questions from the board. Liza?
Thank you, Nupur. Good evening, members of the board and Director Jemison. My name is Liza Perry. I'm the Deputy Director of Government and Community Relations at Tufts University. I'm joined tonight by our planning consultant, Lauren Shurtleff of LSC Planning and Development. Next slide, please. Before I get started, I just want to highlight how proud we are of Tufts University's longstanding partnerships in the city of Boston. The first slide shows a very brief overview of just some of our contributions to the economy, residents, and to local nonprofit organizations. Currently, we have 588 Tufts University employees from all 4 of our campuses who live in the city of Boston. I am one of those employees, and I'm proudly raising my family in the city. 1,659 of my colleagues work on our Boston campuses. Our annual community benefits contribution is over $14 million. This includes $5 million annually in need-based financial aid to undergraduate students that does not need to be repaid. Tufts University has also contributed over $4.8 million in voluntary pilot payments over the past 10 years. We maintain well over 50 community partnerships in the city. Next slide, please. I'm here today on behalf of Tufts University to request a 2-year renewal of our existing institutional master plan with no changes. I will keep my remarks brief, as I know you have a full agenda. Tufts is a student-centered research university dedicated to the creation and application of knowledge. I want to share the exciting news that we have a new president, President Sunil Kumar, who officially was inaugurated just last month. He is the 14th president of Tufts University and the first person of color to hold office. The image in the center of your screen shows a luncheon that we held in Chinatown to welcome him during his inauguration week at Hela Moon with the community. Next slide, please. We have 4 campuses in the greater Boston area. Altogether, we have 13,000 full and part-time students. In Medford and Somerville is our residential campus, where our undergraduates reside. In Grafton, Massachusetts, we have our veterinary campus, the Cummings School. And then here on this slide, we focus on our 2 campuses in the city of Boston, the Health Sciences campus, which is located in Chinatown, and also our School of the Museum of Fine Arts at Tufts campus, also known as the SMFA, which is located in the Fenway and Mission Hill neighborhoods. We have on our campus in Chinatown, we have 4 graduate schools in 1 center. This includes a medical school, a dental school, a school of biomedical sciences, a nutrition school, and our USDA Human Nutrition Research Center on Aging, also known as the HNRCA. As you may know, we acquired the SMFA in 2016, and this was the subject of our last IMP amendment and renewal. Our SMFA campus has 308 undergraduate and graduate students studying to become artists with purpose. Next slide, please. Here you will see maps of our 2 campuses. On the right is our Chinatown campus, which includes 7 buildings. The buildings we own total a little over 1 million square feet. On this map, you will see the blue buildings are the buildings that represent Tufts University, and then the buildings in purple represent Tufts Medical Center. It's important to note today that Tufts University is not the same as Tufts Medical Center. We are two separate nonprofit entities. We do have many synergies and things that we share and collaborate on, but as institutions, we are separate. On your left, you're going to see the SMFA campus, which is comprised of two buildings totaling 150,000 square feet in Fenway and Mission Hill. They're located at 230 the Fenway and 160 St. Alphonsus Street. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we are very proud of our strong partnerships that we formed in the city of Boston. In 2022, Tufts University Community Benefits Report that we provided to the city outlined nearly $15 million in benefits the university provides. Some of these benefits, although this is not an exhaustive list, include dental clinics that provide services that are more affordable than traditional private practice dental clinics and provide access to residents who would not be able to access dental care. It also includes free dental outreach programs, nutrition education programs, and STEM education programs in Boston Public Schools. Next slide, please. Additionally, we have a community grants program for local nonprofits. We sponsor several nonprofits a year with unrestricted donations. We host an annual cleanup in the Chinatown neighborhood in collaboration with the city, where we beautify Josiah Quincy Elementary School and other parts of the neighborhood. We're also very proud of an annual restaurant challenge that we have to support local businesses, which just launched for this year yesterday. We have a monthly newsletter that goes out to our neighbors to let them know about free programs. We have social media channels specifically aimed at our neighbors, and we strive to be an excellent community partner and accommodate as many requests as possible throughout the year. Next slide, please. Before I wrap up, I just wanted to highlight a few important green spaces on and near our campus. In Chinatown, you will see pictures here of the Tufts Community Common, which is located on our campus. It's a green space that is open to the public on Harrison Avenue, and it's open from dawn to dusk every day throughout the year, except when it needs to be closed for maintenance and inclement weather. We just updated the signage this past June in English and Chinese, which communicates to the public when the space is open. We also relocated Chinatown Backyard, a community garden in collaboration with the Asian CDC, which provides space for local neighbors to have gardening plots in Chinatown. Several local daycares and youth programs use this space daily for recreation. Next slide, please. Now just moving over to Mission Hill, a few upgrades to share with you. On the left, you can see we've made some landscape upgrades to the exterior of the SMFA. We also worked with residents to repave an alleyway that is a key pass-through for our neighbors. On the right, you'll also see some upgrades made to Calumet Square. In 2013, the Museum of Fine Arts entered into an agreement with the city that the MFA would assist with landscaping inside the gated areas in Calumet Square, which is a couple blocks from our campus. And now that we are the owners of 160 St. Alphonsus, we have carried on and planning to continue that maintenance for our neighbors. Next slide, please. So that concludes our presentation today. I'll return back to my opening slide, which highlights our economic impact. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and thanks to Tufts University for being such a good neighbor, particularly in Chinatown, that your impact is felt very positively there. So, and
great, thank you.
For the contributions of your students. So, good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
Cheers. Okay. Let's see. Item number 19. Request authorization for the Director of Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as Boston Planning and Development Agency, to enter into an affordable housing agreement in connection with the proposed development located at 427 Quincy Street, and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Jemison, Secretary Polhemus, and members of the board. I'm Caitlin Coppinger, Deputy Director of Comprehensive Planning. Tonight, I'm here to request your vote on an affordable housing agreement for the proposed development at 427 Quincy Street in Dorchester. This development proposes to build 14 homeownership units, which are 7 one-bedroom, 5 two-bedroom, and 2 three-bedroom units. While this project didn't trigger Article 80 due to its size, it does fall under the inclusionary development policy due to needing zoning relief. Therefore, the vote in front of you tonight will allow the agency to enter into an agreement to dedicate 2 of these units under the Inclusionary Development Program at 80 and 100% AMI. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, Caitlin. Okay, item number 20, request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 31 residential homeownership units, including 5 IDP homeownership units, 23 parking spaces, and 44 bicycle parking spaces located at 29 High Street, and to take all related actions. Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. The proposal before you is for an Article 80 small project located at 29 High Street in Dorchester. The proposed project consists of a 3-story, approximately 44,000 square foot residential building with 31 homeownership units, including 5 affordable units and 23 parking spaces. It's worth noting the IDP units in this project include one at 50% AMI and one at 60% AMI, lower than typically seen in a homeownership project. The BPDA sponsored and held a virtual public meeting on June 13th via Zoom. The meeting was advertised in local newspapers and online and was well attended. I just want to thank everyone who contributed their time towards improving this project. I'll now turn it over to my colleague, Eileen Michaud, to discuss the planning context that was considered in the review of this project. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Quinn. Next slide, please. Great. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Eileen Michaud, and I am the planner assigned to this project. The proposed 31-unit condo project at 29 High Street is located within a 3F 5000 residential subdistrict in Article 65, which is the Dorchester neighborhood district. High Street is a steeply graded, low-scale residential street with 1 to 3-story, primarily single-family residential buildings that are separated by small yards, driveways, and interspersed mature tree canopy. High Street intersects with Hancock Street, a primary neighborhood connector that terminates at Dorchester Avenue to the east. The project site is very walkable to nearby eateries, open space such as Ronan Park, local bus routes, and the Savin Hill Red Line station approximately 0.6 miles away. The access that this site affords to amenities and transit connections is an ideal context for multifamily residential development in line with the goals of Housing Boston 2030 and Squares and Streets. Next slide, please. The proposed multifamily residential use is forbidden in the 3F 5000 residential subdistrict, and the density is over twice as much as the maximum allowed. As mentioned, however, multifamily residential development in proximity to transit and existing amenities aligns with Housing Boston 2030 and Squares and Streets, while still respecting the scale of the existing residential fabric. The proposed project height of 3 stories or 39 feet, with setbacks in compliance with minimum zoning requirements, and a commitment to net zero tree loss mitigation with on and off-site replanting, appropriately integrates this infill development with the existing neighborhood. After board approval and subsequent Zoning Board of Appeal approval of the required zoning relief, the proposed project will continue design review with the BPDA. Thank you, and I'll now turn it over to the development team to present their project.
Thank you, Eileen. Dennis Greenwood from Souza Design Architects. I think we can actually jump on to the next slide. Actually, Eileen did a fantastic job of noting where we're located. We're between Church Street and Hancock Street. close to bus routes 15 and 17, as well as a short walking distance to Savin Hill Red Line stop. So we won't hover on this slide too long. We can go on to the next. And so here's an aerial of our site at 29 High Street. So it's approximately 32,600 square feet. Really of note is, a mature tree canopy at kind of 2.5 sides of the site. And as noted, we're going to have a net zero approach where any trees that are damaged will be replaced in kind with a 1-to-1 ratio on the site. Next slide, please. And here's a street view looking at it. Again, we have a very steep grade along the front edge of the site. So we utilize that actually for our garage entry, which is going to be below grade. So right around where this shot is taken will be the entry into the garage. There's a 12-foot wide curb cut that's going to be utilized to get to the below grade parking area. Next slide, please. And so here we have the existing tree survey. Again, we're looking to replace any net loss on site on a 1-to-1 ratio, either on site or adjacent to the project site. Next slide, please. And here we have the overall site plan and landscape plan. So again, in the lower right side, you can see the curb cut 12 feet wide that goes down into below grade parking area. We also have access to a bike storage area, which has 44 bike parking spaces in that garage area as well. At the center of the building, you can see we set up a kind of a bilateral symmetry approach where you come in and there's a covered little portico area where the front lobby is. There's an additional 4 visitor parking, bike parking spaces out front. We're using pervious pavers throughout the site, and really what we're looking to do is improve the streetscape as well as the entire perimeter of the site with a variety of different plantings that have seasonal blooms as well as mature tree canopies to recreate a nice buffer along the 2 abutting property lines, as well as improve that streetscape along the front edge of the building. Some amenities that we're providing is a large common rear patio where we're utilizing retaining walls and an existing rock ledge formation to create a little bit of a platform and a common space for all the residents. On the first floor, there's a total of 11 units, each of which have their own private outdoor patio area as well. Next slide, please. And so zoning, these are too small to really see, but as a general overview, it's a 3-story building, a total of 31 units, 44,170 gross floor area for 1.36 FAR, 44 bike parking spaces, and 23 vehicle parking spaces. Next slide, please. And here we have the front and the side elevation. So again, 3 stories, 39 feet building height. We have a mansard roof on that 3rd floor to kind of diminish the appearance of that 3rd floor and kind of make it read as almost a 2.5-story building. The 3rd floor units do have a little bit of a penthouse area with roof deck access, and we're really utilizing a series of residential scale and vernacular materials, which you'll see in the upcoming renderings, to tie into some of the context within the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Similar thing here, these are the other 2 elevations. You'll see on the 2nd floor, they have, there's a series of balconies. On the 1st floor, they have individual patios that are at grade. And then again, those upper units have access to a roof deck area. So all the units have at least some form of a private exterior area, as well as having a large common yard and deck at the back of the building. Next slide, please. And so here's a rendering along High Street. You can see we have the entry kind of in the center of the 2 wings of the building. We were using that kind of symmetry piece to flank the entry. We have a little portico that becomes a common outdoor area, as well as that front porch area. We're trying to reutilize some of the existing fieldstone that's on the site as part of that retaining wall on the front edge of that porch area. And then down to the right, you can see we're utilizing that extreme grade change, which is almost 14 feet along the length of the site, to create the opening into the garage, which is below grade everywhere else on the site. Next slide, please. And here's just one more rendering a little bit further up the street. You can see how we're utilizing that mansard roof on the 3rd floor to step back that 3rd floor a little bit and help soften some of the edges. Again, we're utilizing a series of Burrell channel siding and clapboard over that residential context with the 2/1 double hung windows. And I think with that, I'm happy to open up to any questions.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck. It's a great looking project.
Thank you.
All right, so that was, let's see, that was 20, right? Okay, item number 21. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 36 residential rental home ownership units, including 6 IDP home ownership units, 24 car parking spaces, and 42 bicycle parking spaces located at 88 Geneva Avenue, and to take all related actions. Daniel.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Polhemus. My name is Daniel Polanco, and I'm the project manager for the proposed project before you tonight at 88 Geneva Avenue in the neighborhood of Dorchester. On June 9th, 2023, the proponent ESJ Investments Incorporated proposed a project consisting of approximately 37,208 square foot of livable area, creating 36 condominium units for home ownership for a maximum of 24 parking spaces and a minimum of 37 long-term converted and secured biking spaces for all 9 exterior visitor post ring and bike parking spaces. The applicant has designated 6 of the units as affordable, given the project and affordability rate of 16.7%. The BPDA sponsored a virtual public meeting on August 1st, 2023. The public meeting was advertised in the local paper and noticed and posted on the BPDA's calendar. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight. I do have the development team here with me to answer any questions. I will now turn it over to Eileen to speak on the planning context. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening again, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. For the record, my name is Eileen, and I'm the BPDA planner assigned to this project. The proposed project at 88 Geneva Avenue is located in Article 50, the Roxbury Neighborhood District, within a 3F4000 residential subdistrict. The neighborhood context of Oldfields Road, which runs to the northeast of the project site, is a primarily residential fabric with mostly 3 to 3.5 story subdivided residential buildings. The southwestern side of the project frontage on Geneva Avenue is where several institutions are located, such as the Grove Hall branch of the Boston Public Library, the Jeremiah Burke High School, and the Grove Hall Community Center. Geneva Avenue also connects to Columbia Road and Blue Hill Avenue, corridors that serve key local bus routes and have many essential neighborhood retail amenities, such as a full-service grocery store. The project site is also located 2 blocks from the Four Corners Geneva Avenue stop on the Fairmount Indigo commuter line. As a result of the mixed-use transit-oriented context, the proposed project was reviewed under the planning lens of Housing Boston 2030 and the newly launched Squares and Streets initiative. Next slide, please. The proposed 5-story multifamily structure at 88 Geneva Avenue is taller and denser than required by zoning, but supports the goals of Squares and Streets to create denser residential uses in proximity to transit and existing neighborhood services. On-site open space improvements and the creation of new neighborhood connections mitigate the proposed density and tree canopy loss at this site. These improvements include a new pedestrian connection through the site along an existing but currently inaccessible private paper street called Wilder Way, which will be opened for public travel to connect the neighborhood residential fabric on Oldfield Road to the north of the site to the neighborhood services along surrounding corridors. Additionally, a pedestrian connection will be formalized to link two dead ends of Oldfields Road that are currently inaccessible to each other. The addition of more 3-bedroom units during the project review process and a rounded 17% IBP contribution supports community interest in creating larger residential units and mitigating displacement in line with Housing Boston 2030 goals. After board approval and subsequent Board of Appeal approval of the required zoning relief, the project will continue design review with the BPDA staff. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to the development team to present their project.
Thank you, Eileen. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Mr. Director. My name is Mike Ross. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Prince Lobel, representing the proponent. I'm here with architect Eric Zackerson, who I think has his hand up, Madam Secretary, and looking to be elevated to the panel if you could. We are excited to present 36 home ownership units, inclusive of 8 family-sized 3-bedrooms, as mentioned, with approximately 17% on-site affordability and a ground floor cafe. The proponent is a minority-owned developer, and the general contractor is an MWBE business owned by a Boston resident. Next slide, please. As mentioned, this transit-friendly, undeveloped parcel abuts larger multifamily and business subdistricts, as well as substantially massed structures across the street, including the Burke High School. Next slide, please. As well as multifamily apartment structures, as shown here. Next slide, please. The project will also make a very important, as mentioned, pedestrian connection between Oldfields Road and Geneva Ave on proponent-owned property along the side of the building. Now, we can stay on this slide, and I'll turn it over to Eric to take it from there. Eric?
Thank you, Mike. As you can see, the drawing on the left of the drawing shows the Geneva Ave, and on the upper right is Oldfields, and the building connects through that with the parking located coming off of Oldfields. As was mentioned, there would be a sidewalk on property that we control connecting from Geneva to Oldfields and making that connection that the BPDA mentioned, pedestrian connection between the two ends of Oldfields that currently do not connect. Next slide. So this is a typical floor plan. As you can see, there would be 2 3-bedroom units per floor and 4 2-bedroom units per floor, a total of 36 residential units. We want to highlight that the unit in brown there is going to be a group 2 unit on every floor, which would give us 5 group 2 units. One of the many requests that we wanted to address was to have an additional level of group 2 units in order to accommodate more older and people with mobility issues. So we have 5 units when we would have typically been required to have about 2 group 2 units. Next slide. So this is to show the relative height of this 5-story building, which would be kind of commensurate with some of the larger buildings here that you see, the Grove Hall branch of the Boston Public Library and the Jeremiah Burke High School. Next slide. So this is a site plan that again shows the connections, with the left side of the drawing here being Geneva Ave and the right side of the building, right side of the drawing being Oldfields, and how it sits in basically a zone where we're nearly 20 feet from both the front and the other front. The building has no rear, but and on the sides we have kind of spacious sidewalks with green space. So even though it is a large building, it is meant to sit in the middle of the property, with new street trees being added on Geneva, new trees on our property being added on Oldfields, and trees being added on property we control, which is that Wilder Way connection. Next slide. So this is a rendering that shows the building from Geneva Ave with the all-important retail space that was very much asked for by the community and that we were happy to be able to accommodate, which would be kind of at the corner there. So you have a coffee shop, lobby, and bike parking at the lowest level with 4 units of residential up above. Next slide. And then this is showing the roof deck area. There is a communal roof deck. It's one of the amenities that we very much wanted to provide for the community. What's highlighted around that is an extensive green roof that would be, that would both make it kind of private, reduce the urban heat island effect, and replace some of the green space that currently exists on the site. Next slide. And then a shot just highlighting that cafe again and the patio area, portion of which would be on the Wilder Way. I believe that's the end of the presentation.
Okay, great. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Very cool. Okay, before we take a break and start the public hearings, I want to recognize Councillor Bearden to make some comments on one of our agenda items. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today I would like to express my support for the proposed 6th amendment to Harvard's 2013 Institutional Master Plan and its associated project, the proposed 175 North Harvard Street development. As outlined further in the board memorandum, Harvard University has proposed to amend its existing institutional master plan to allow for the redevelopment of 175 North Harvard Street to construct a mixed-use institutional project that will include 275 housing units for Harvard University affiliates and a new performance centre and home for the American Repertory Theatre, the ART. I strongly support this addition of new on-campus housing units by Harvard University and appreciate that this project will provide a significant number of housing opportunities for Harvard graduate students, faculty, staff, and their families. Creation of additional on-campus university housing will not only increase housing options for Harvard affiliates, but will help to decrease the pressure on existing housing stock in Allston, Brighton, and in Boston. I am also thrilled to welcome the ART to Allston and believe that the relocation of this world-class theatrical group to Barry's Corner offers significant cultural and artistic benefits to community members. I would like to thank the project team, the BPDA, and the Harvard Allston Task Force for their diligent work on this project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Duly noted, Councillor.
Thank you.
Great. All right, so that brings us right to 5:30. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. So we'll see you at 5:35, and then we'll begin our public hearings with agenda item number 28. So see you in 5. Polhemus, beginning the public hearing portion of today's meeting. Simultaneous Spanish and Vietnamese interpretations are being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you please be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been translated into Spanish and Vietnamese. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. An important reminder to all who are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you are speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower so the simultaneous translators can catch up. Thank you. Now, to enable interpretation for Spanish, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Spanish. To enable interpretation for Vietnamese, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Vietnamese. You must also mute original audio. Now, Carla, if you could please interpret the instructions that I gave into Spanish, that would be great.
Actually, it's David. I'm going to start translating into Spanish, Priscilla.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is David, and I will be the Spanish interpreter for tonight's meeting. And now I'm going to give the instructions in Spanish. Buenas noches, bienvenidos a todos a esta reunión especial que tenemos con la Agencia de Desarrollo y Planificación de Boston. En esta noche, para esta reunión de audiencia pública, vamos a contar con interpretación simultánea de idiomas, de los idiomas español y vietnamís. En este momento la interpretación del idioma no está habilitada, pero después de dar las instrucciones, la interpretación de idioma va a estar habilitada. Usted va a poder ver en la parte de abajo un icono con la forma de un globo. En ese icono usted va a poder dar clic y podrá seleccionar el idioma en el cual usted desee escuchar la presentación de esta noche, que puede ser también en español o en vietnamís. También hay algunos consejos para Zoom que luego se van a compartir, también para activar y desactivar el micrófono, para levantar la mano, para compartir sus pensamientos o preguntas también en la casilla del chat. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay, gracias, David. And now, An, will you please kindly interpret the instructions that I gave into Vietnamese?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chào quý vị, đây là thông dịch tiếng Việt và hồi nãy thì Chủ tịch có hướng dẫn tại buổi họp hôm nay mình có cái hai phiên dịch trong hai cái ngôn ngữ tiếng Tây Ban Nha với lại tiếng Việt, và phiên dịch này sẽ được dịch song song ha. Cho nên chút xíu nữa thì chúng tôi yêu cầu quý vị kiên nhẫn trong cái thủ tục này để chúng tôi có thể hướng dẫn mọi người cái cách nào để rằng có thể chọn cái ngôn ngữ của mình, hướng dẫn sử dụng Zoom như thế nào ha. Và chút xíu nữa khi mà làm xong cái phần hướng dẫn này rồi á, thì người ta sẽ sẽ ở dưới cái màn hình sẽ xuất hiện cái quả cầu, thì trong đó mình có thể khi mà mình muốn tiếng Việt thì mình chọn ngôn ngữ tiếng Việt. Rồi chúng tôi Chủ tịch cũng yêu cầu những người mà phát biểu hôm nay nói một cách chậm chạp để thông dịch có thể dịch. Và cảm ơn quý vị. Và khi mà quý vị chọn cái ngôn ngữ tiếng Việt thì quý vị chọn cái quả cầu cái tiếng Việt nhưng mà nên nhớ là phải tắt cái micro của mình nhé. Dạ, cảm ơn rất nhiều. Thank you.
Great, thank you, An. And now, Ani, would you please activate the interpretation channels now? Okay, so you can see the channels, the globe icon has appeared, and again, select Spanish for Spanish and Vietnamese for Vietnamese. We're going to give everybody a few seconds to join. Okay, I'm going to continue. Secretary Polhemus would stop me if anything, we have any difficulties. If you're having difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen and take note of the phone number on the screen. If you have any difficulties later in the meeting, you may call that number. We have interpreters that are available to assist you. Secretary Polhemus, just double checking, make sure we're good, or with the channels.
We're good.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so this project presentation has been translated into Spanish and Vietnamese and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA-board/board-meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to enable the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121A, Section 6, and Chapter 652 of the Acts of 1960. To consider the proposed project at 150 Center Street in the Dorchester neighborhood of Boston. This hearing was duly advertised on November 6th, 2023 and November 10th, 2023 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. So if you're planning to testify, please take time now and verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Ms. Camille Platt will now begin the presentation. Camille.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Paul Hemus. My name is Camille Platt, and I'm the project manager for the proposed project at 150 Center Street in Dorchester, which is before you today. The project site comprises of approximately 29,286 square feet and is bounded by Center Street to the south, Sharp Street to the north, residential homes to the west, and Shawmut Station Plaza to the east. The Epiphany School is located directly north of the project site on the opposite side of Sharp Street. The MBTA Shawmut Station is just 0.1 miles from the project site. The proposed project calls for the construction of a new transit-oriented development, also known as TOD, featuring a new fully affordable multifamily structure with accessory off-street parking at the project site. The proposed project will contain approximately 68,400 square feet in a 4-story multifamily residential building containing 72 rental units that will all be made affordable. A 25-space below-grade parking garage will also be constructed in support of the project. The Article 80 process began in January of 2023. Since then, 4 IAG and 1 meetings and 1 public meeting have been hosted by the BPDA, which were duly advertised in local newspapers and shared with the Dorchester email list. The project has evolved in response since its filing to the existing neighborhood context, including the residential programming, staff, and community feedback. Lastly, the proponents submitted a 121A project application for the proposal on September 22nd of 2023. Finally, I would like to thank the IAG, elected officials, and the Dorchester community who have participated in this Article 80 process over the last year to guide it to what it is before you today. Representative Holmes and Councilor Baker are in support of the project. I will now turn it over to Ford to walk us through the planning context. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ford Del Vecchio, and I am the BPDA Zoning Compliance Reviewer assigned to this project. BPDA planners use the zoning, citywide plans, and policies, local context including present density and recent construction, as well as community feedback in order to review the proposed project during the Article 80 process. Specifically, the proposed project site is within the Dorchester neighborhood subdistrict, 2-family residential zoning subdistrict. There is currently no local BPDA plan that applies to the site. Instead, citywide plans establish goals of building transit-oriented development and increasing affordable housing options. Next slide, please. Actually, next slide after that. Forgot to do it the first time. Based on these resources, the final slide outlines the current status of compliance for the project and the relief that we are proposing, as well as regulatory compliance and planning improvements. The site in question is located immediately south of the Shawmut MBTA Red Line stop. A primary goal of staff's review on the project was to help further the city's goals of transit-oriented development by providing higher density housing near public transit, as well as providing mobility to new residents without having to predominantly rely on their car. In addition, the developer will commit to improving walking infrastructure on abutting streets, including Sharp Street and Center Street, as well as improving the pedestrian promenade connecting Center Street and the Shawmut MBTA station. After board approval, this project will continue on with the 121A process. Thank you, and I will turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Good go. Yeah, perfect. Well, thank you, Camille and Ford, Madam Chair, and board members, and Director Jemison. We're excited to be at this point before you today for this 100% affordable, climate resilient, and sustainable housing development at 150 Center Street. If you could go to the next slide, please. So I think everyone knows this map, but the project is located in the St. Mark's Melville area, Dorchester, directly adjacent to the Shawmut station on the Red Line. Next slide, please. Here's the site in context. As you can see, it's really well located to green spaces, shopping, and all the other neighborhood amenities. The great things that Dorchester has to offer. Next slide, please. As I mentioned previously, the site is exceptionally well located for housing. It is located about a 15-second or so walk from the door of our proposal here to the station. The building fronts onto Center Street on the south side, as well as accesses Sharp Street at the rear of the building. You can go to the next slide, please. So this image shows the project in context of the neighborhood looking toward downtown to the north. I just want to make a note that this project has been a very long time in the making, and we have had dozens of meetings, community meetings, Zoom meetings. We have met with hundreds of neighbors and stakeholders in kitchens, on doorsteps, at all sorts of locations. This process has made for a better project and led us to where we are today. If you could go to the next slide, please. This is the existing site that the proposal is located at. These are images that show the existing use on the site, which is a soon-to-close auto body repair shop. There are two existing buildings on the site which are very close to the end of their useful life and needing serious repairs. Our investigations also show that there's ledge and rock that exists on the site, which will require some complicated and expensive foundation work, things that we've accounted for in our design. Next slide, please. So this is the first floor plan and site plan. As you can see, we are significantly improving the streetscapes and pedestrian safety at Center and Sharp Streets, and we have created additional usable green space for our residents on the west side of the site. Next slide, please. This is showing the lower level floor plan. We went through many revisions of the parking plan, working with the neighborhood and other stakeholders. And our final plan has 25 below-grade parking spaces. We also have excellent bike amenities for the building with a separate bike entrance and access and interior storage for over 70 bicycles. Next slide, please. This is a view of the building as seen from Shawmut Station Plaza, looking to the west. And again, as we've gone through that community process, as we've gone through public meetings, as we've gone through, again, those dozens of meetings that we've met with neighbors, it is made for a better project. Our design team has worked really hard to make sure that this building fits into the neighborhood and that we'll be good neighbors once this building is ultimately built. Next slide, please. This is a view of the building from Center Street. Again, we set the fourth floor back significantly from the edges of the building so that it reads more like a three-story building. The building is designed in the sort of vernacular, the architecture of the neighborhood. As you can see, it very much fits into the scale of the neighborhood. I'm very excited about that. Next slide, please. And this is a view of our proposed private exterior courtyard, which will be an excellent amenity for the families that will call this building home. We worked closely with staff and again, many stakeholders that encouraged us to really sharpen our pencils and to make improvements to our design as we've gone through the process. This was one example of that. We were able to move the building a little bit further from our abutting neighbors to the west, and by doing so, it allowed us to create this really quite attractive and beautiful space that I think will be very well loved by the people that will live in our building. Next slide, please. And these are just some images that will show some of the elements that we will use to improve the site's interaction with the neighborhood. Again, we take great pride in the way that our buildings look and feel in the neighborhoods. You know, we have lots of experience in Dorchester and elsewhere in Boston, and our buildings typically stand out and again, interact well with our neighbors. Next slide, please. And these are just some images that show some of the elements that we will use to furnish that exterior courtyard space. Again, we expect this to be a really well-loved and well-utilized space for the families that will reside in our building. Next slide, please. And lastly, I just want to highlight again the affordability of our project. This project truly is housing for all. We have units for families across the income spectrum, including over 20% of the units reserved for households earning under 30% of the area median income. This housing obviously is very incredibly important. And there are very few units of that type in this part of Dorchester. It's something, again, as we've gone through the process, we've been very proud of some of those changes and enhancements we've been able to make to the project, particularly as it relates to affordability. So I'll turn it back over to you, Camille.
Okay, does that conclude the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yes. All right, so it's the public hearing. We're going to go ahead and allow public testimony to begin. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Yes, before I start, I just would like to remind everyone that there's a two-minute time limit, and we will be letting you know if you go over your limit. John Finley, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm John Finley, the head of Epiphany. For those of you who don't know, it's an independent school, privately funded with full scholarships for all of our students. For over 25 years, we've served children from economically disadvantaged families and children who have been abused and neglected with an extended school day and school through the summer. On average, our students make almost 2 years of academic progress each year, and we stay with our graduates forever. Their outcomes are really amazing. Demographics would suggest that their unemployment rate should be 20 to 25%, but their actual rate is less than 0.5%. And they give back to the community in so many ways. Today, 1/3 of our teachers are in fact former students, and about 35 of our teachers live here on campus. We are the largest single abutter, and we oppose this proposal for 3 reasons. First of all, there is apparently some suggestion that 150 Center is blighted property. That's not true. The Fitzpatricks are wonderful about things like snow shoveling and lawn mowing. And we had graffiti on the fence, they painted it over immediately. They are wonderful neighbors. Second, this proposal is not supported by any of the abutters and is also not supported by any of the 3 neighborhood associations, Codman Square, Melville, or St. Mark's. If any of you have been in the neighborhood, then you've seen the lawn signs standing against the project, and over 1,000 signatures in opposition have been collected at Chalmette Station. Finally, 150 Center has an easement across our parking lot. I'm sure the Fitzpatricks continue to use the easement when they need to, but honestly, I cannot remember a time when I last saw them use it. This project relies on the easement and will be 5 feet from our property and will endanger our students, their parents, their teachers, and the many community members who park and access the school there. Please do not approve this project as currently proposed. And again, thank you all so much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Lynn Sanders, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I am Lynn Sanders. I am a neighborhood resident and also a member of the IAG, and I just want to express my strong support for this project. I have seen a couple of other iterations go for housing to go into this site that have been opposed by neighbors and not gone through. And this, for me, this site really just screams for needing housing. It's very close to transit, and I'm very excited to have a building there that would welcome a lot of new neighbors and give them access to opportunities to easily get to work downtown or in Cambridge. Or if they want to use other modes of transportation. I am also appreciative of the process that we have gone through with Trinity and the adjustments they have made to the project in response to community input. I'd like to see, if anything, more housing on this site, more additional units, and I am sad that there is parking, given that it is about 50 feet from the T station, but I understand that that adjustment was made to appease other community stakeholders. So I appreciate that the process has listened to input and the building has been adjusted, and would be really excited for this much affordable housing to come into our neighborhood and to be able to welcome all those new neighbors. Thanks.
Thank you. Candace Gartley, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Candace Gartley. I'm a resident of the area near the proposed development. I'm also a member of the IAG committee. Monday, November 13th, driving down Center Street towards Codman Square. Traffic was backed up from Austin to the top of the street at Codman Square. Gridlock. 2 fire trucks drive down Wainwright Street towards Center Street at the same time, responding to a fire call. No one can get out of the way. After a few minutes of jockeying, there's space for the first fire truck to turn, but it doesn't have the space to turn because there are cars parked on both sides of the street, contrary to the insistence that parking and traffic are not a problem in the area. So it has to back up and make another attempt to turn. The second truck has the same problem. I held back down by Fitzpatrick Body Shop because there was no way for me to go around, but needs to make more space for the trucks. Approximately 5 minutes later, the trucks were able to inch past the traffic. Tuesday, November 14th, 6:30 p.m., headed back up Center Street to my home and once again encountered gridlock from Alston up to Codman. I was able to cut through the Epiphany parking lot, sorry John, to avoid getting caught in the traffic jam. Now, if this misguided project is allowed to be constructed, how many other drivers will figure out the shortcut through the Epiphany parking lot? Tell me how safe will that be, not only for the people at the school, but also the pedestrians walking to the T? I wish there was a way to have you understand how destructive this project is on a quality of life level. Many of us who arrived here during those decades of disinvestment, who saw a neighborhood worth saving and did not view our streets where we raised our kids as blighted, as characterized by the developer. We seek a more humane and thoughtful alternative, a partner sensitive to the rhythm and capacity of our beautiful neighborhood, a neighborhood which is now caught up in the development feeding frenzy that's taking place throughout the Boston neighborhoods. But this issue isn't about the past. It's about the future of these places that the families who live and work here can no longer afford or grow into. It's about the expectation that grateful renters will have a microscopic place to land and where they can get out of Dodge quickly, since all they have to do is walk out their front door and escape without ever having to dip their toes in the strong social fabric that has characterized this community for decades. I'm sorry for my neighbors who will have their
Thank
homes.
you, Yes, we really appreciate your comments and get the sentiments.
Can I have 5 more minutes? I was speaking.
You cannot. You
or
cannot.
5
Sorry,
seconds.
these are statutory rules. It's only 2 minutes. I'm very sorry. So we're going to have
course.
to move on to the next.
Jen Carty, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jen Carte and I live in Fields Corner, and I'm on the steering committee of Dorchester Growing Together, a neighborhood-wide civic organization that advocates for zoning reform and building more homes at all price points. We're a member organization of the statewide Abundant Housing Massachusetts. At the moment, we have over 150 local members. The current proposal for 150 Center Street is a prime example of infill development, creating much-needed housing immediately adjacent to the MBTA's Shawmut Red Line station. One of the goals of building near transit and other amenities is the strengthening of sustainable, walkable neighborhoods that also have full access to jobs, services, and amenities citywide. It is disappointing that years of organized opposition by some nearby homeowners has resulted in a significant reduction in the size of this project. 3 stories with a setback 4th floor is underwhelming for new construction, just a 30-second walk to the T. In the context of our incredible regional shortage of housing caused by exclusionary zoning artificially limiting what has been able to be built here for decades, it's shameful that we have been discussing the merits of replacing a defunct auto body shop with homes for people for 8 years. It's also confounding that after 17 months of community meetings on this specific proposal, the Mass State Rep here conditioned his support on returning an underground garage to this project, despite all the work of all the city's professionals, planners, and traffic engineers that made it clear that it was an unnecessary expense that might induce demand. The state affordable housing money that will be used to build that storage for cars will not be available to build homes for people elsewhere, and it harms our progress toward our commitment to become a green city with 0 emissions by 2050. Nonetheless, here we are. This is the proposal that made it through 8 years of process and modifications. On behalf of Dorchester Growing Together Steering Committee, I urge you to approve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Holmes, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you for allowing me to go right after I'm criticized. I have to say that hearing John, hearing Candace, and hearing the rest of the folks, that you now see the conundrum that we're in. You're hearing folks say no parking, then folks say we need all the parking. And so my process here is just, we cannot satisfy everybody, but we have to satisfy most people. And I think we've gotten to 7 out of 10 people thinking this is a good idea. And nobody is going to be 100% happy. However, as the young lady said, the Mass State Rep, I have to make a decision. And my decision is to say, yes, I want to have transit-oriented development next to a train station. We did this here just around the corner, not far in Dorchester. And we had 28 people apply. I mean, there were 28 units, and 4,000 people applied for 28 units. The need for housing is incredible. And from 2 great organizations, whether it be Epiphany School and Trinity, I did the best I could to bring those 2 together. You can't force people to marry that don't want to marry. We tried our best through this process to find a cohesive plan that had both folks be able to come to an agreement, and they couldn't. I think some of those things were from the initial process difficult, whether it be 8 years ago, 2 years ago, and the like. And so my statement is to say, yes, I want 72, I think it is best, not I, but I am clear that I represent 46,000 people, and I've heard from many, many sides on this issue, and what is best for the community that I represent is to bring this development to this project. So yes, I advocated strongly for parking because of Candace and all of the other folks who said this is the worst thing in the world. And some folks said 0, some folks said 74, but we landed at 26 because we did need to have some parking. So thank you all for, I sent a letter with all of my comments and approval, and thank you, Camille, and the entire team out there, and all of you guys for listening to all sides of this issue. And I ask for your strong approval tonight to move forward on this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Mike Prokos, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm a member of the IAG. I've supported the project from the start because it provides a great deal of urgently needed affordable housing. You don't often see a private developer offering 100% affordable project and one that has a lot of climate amenities. So I want to address the issue that Candace raised about traffic, which is, yes, already terrible on Center Street. The BPDA needs to do a traffic study of Center Street and the surrounding area, all the way up to Providence Square, and find a solution to what is already often an undrivable street. Yes, there will be more traffic if this development is approved, but as one person testified in one of the many IAG meetings that we had, this is a person who lived nearby and moved out of Dorchester because he couldn't park out on his street. The BPDA has approved several large developments in the area without any master plan and any consideration of how everyone's going to get around. This hasn't changed, but I urge you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. It is on behalf of hundreds of union carpenters that live and work throughout the city of Boston. We would like to go on record in strong support of this project. We believe that the responsibly built affordable housing is greatly needed, and we're all for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tiffany Caballero, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Tiffany Caballero. I'm a resident at 11 Austin Street. I am getting on tonight's call because I have remained silent throughout this entire community process. I am speaking on behalf of myself, my other family members here at 11 Austin Street, so the entire household when I say that we are in opposition, strong opposition of this proposal as it stands. I can honestly say that whoever got on earlier and said that they spoke with the abutters is not being truthful. We have not had any direct contact or conversations with Trinity Financial, and I do feel as though this process has been just one that they've checked off. They've had meetings, but they haven't given the direct abutters the say that they need. They're not weighing our decisions, our opinions, and our needs as a part of as productive members of the community into account here. So I do want to reiterate my opposition on behalf of myself and all other members here at 11 Austin Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Harris Hardaway, you can unmute yourself.
Let's see, can you see me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Harris Hardaway. I live at 397 Talbot Ave. I am in a butter in the neighborhood, and I believe this project is worth everything they're going to build because I've been living in Dorchester in this area for over 15 years, and the lack of housing has been an incredible burden to our neighborhood. People are desperate. And so I believe this project will bring some alleviation to the pain that a lot of families, single individuals are dealing with. I am saddened and frustrated that it doesn't include more parking. People aren't forced to not have parking spaces in luxury apartments that you're building all over the city. Why are you making it so that the poor can't accommodate their families as well? I am happy that it's next to a transit system and that there is at least 26 spaces of parking, but I am for this project, and I believe the people who are desperately in need of housing are for it as well. So I ask and urge the committee to approve this project.
Thank you. Nicholas Varga, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Varga. I'm a direct abutter, but I live in Roxbury, and I want to voice my support for this project. I've followed this project for a while now throughout its various IAG meetings, and I think to be in opposition of this project is to deny the housing crisis that Boston, the greater Boston area, and Massachusetts is in. This project should be a slam dunk. It's 100% affordable with many deeply affordable units right next to a transit station with parking, and it hasn't been approved yet. And in fact, it's been in process for an incredibly long time. So I think that this project is very positive. It offers a lot of units in a time that Boston and Massachusetts needs them. It offers affordable units to those that need them. And I also like the streetscape improvements. I think those are cool. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Becky Pierce, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Becky Pierce, and I live in Codman Square on Brent Street, which is 1 block from the library and 1 block from the health center. And I am strongly in support of this project because we desperately need affordable housing in this neighborhood, as previous speakers have said. And I'm also very pleased that the developer over this long process has tried to answer various neighbors' concerns and has improved the design a lot so that as you saw in that picture from Center Street, it's exactly the height of the 3-deckers, which are the predominant style in this neighborhood and on that street, and various other things. And I walk by, I'm 3 blocks from the site. I walk by it on the way to the subway every time I go. And I think it will definitely improve the neighborhood, the looks of the neighborhood, and most importantly, provide desperately needed affordable housing here.
Thank you. Jack Pelletier.
Yes, hi. My name is Jack Pelletier, and I'm here to give my strong support for this project. I have lived in Dorchester for more than 22 years, always in neighborhoods close to the Shawmut Station. Since 2017, I have lived with my wife, son, and daughter on Kenwood Street, a block and a half from the T station and the proposal site at 150 Center Street. In addition to being a Dorchester resident, for the past 13 years, I am the owner of a small business in the neighborhood, a bicycle shop. I support the proposed development. As we all know, the city of Boston needs to address a serious and persistent housing crisis. This project will be a small yet necessary piece of the solution to this problem. I have reviewed the proposal and I find that it complements the neighborhood both in scale and design. During my 2 decades living in this neighborhood, I've seen many new housing projects go up and the consequent increase in resident density, and I'm here to say that the neighborhood has only benefited from this injection of new blood. The proposed 150 Center Street project will continue that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Nevin Lorden, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Nevin Lorden, and I'm here to speak in strong support of 150 Center Street at Shawmut Station. I'm a Dorchester resident who serves on the steering committee of Dorchester Growing Together and am a member of the impact advisory group for this project. I'd first like to thank the BPDA and the development team for leading us through several rounds of community feedback and revision to arrive at the proposal before us today. This project will transform an auto body repair shop into 72 units of badly needed affordable housing. This would be a much higher and better use for this parcel, which is located just steps away from transit. Amid our twin climate and housing crises, projects like this are an efficient and meaningful way to chip away at both. I have to ask, if we can't build something like this here, then where can we? I ask the board to approve this project tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Daniel Rolt, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Dan Rowe, and I'm a resident of the Ashmont Adams neighborhood. I live very close to a couple of the completed Trinity Financial projects. I'm here to give my strong support of it. The development project at 150 Center Street by Trinity Financial, company already rooted in our community, presents a significant opportunity to address the growing need for affordable housing. This commitment to affordability is crucial as it directly combats the issue of soaring living costs, providing housing options within reach of lower and middle income families. As a resident raising a young family in Dorchester, it concerns me deeply that my children may not have the opportunity to live near where they grew up. I've witnessed friends and family leave Boston due to the high cost of living, and it's an unfortunate trend that won't end until we stop blocking developments like 150 Center Street. I also believe this project to be exemplary of transit-oriented development, perfectly situated near Shawmut. Its full affordability offers substantial benefits, increasing access to affordable housing and encouraging public transportation use, which I use for taking my son to school on Center Street and commuting. Importantly, more residents near Shawmut Station could enhance community safety, which I think is a vital aspect for all of us. Living near other Trinity financial projects, I've observed the positive impact of increased housing available firsthand. Neighbors in these buildings have opened new businesses, which have been well received by neighbors, frequented by myself included, contributing to our local economy and community. I believe the new residents of 150 Center Street have the same potential to strengthen the neighborhood as I've seen along Dot Ave with the other Trinity projects. I urge everyone to support this development, recognizing its potential to make Dorchester a more inclusive, safe, and thriving place for all, and do our part to address the very real housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Richard, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Bill Richard, and I'm a 25-year Dorchester resident, also living near other Trinity projects, and having a lot of experience working with them at these successful projects. Simply, I support affordable housing and urge the board to support Trinity and their housing proposal near the MBTA Shawmut Station. Housing projects like Shawmut will help ease our housing crisis and improve housing affordability in our city. And as just to echo what Rep. Holmes says, you know, we may not get to perfect, but this project is pretty darn good, and just want to applaud everyone for sticking with it. The developers and the folks who would rather not see it, but stick with it. This is a good idea. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Rachel Kemper, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. My name is Rachel Kemper. I live in one of the houses that directly abuts the Fitzpatrick Brothers Auto Body Shop. My neighbors and I are actually excited about housing on this lot, but we are opposed to this Trinity proposal. For literally years, our concerns and suggestions about this specific project have not been heard or responded to, and our lives will definitely be negatively impacted by it. We understand this construction will take a long time and that this site's size and location is challenging. The building will be within 5 feet of the property line on one side and very close to Center Street, which is narrow and busy. We are concerned about noise and vibration, whether access to our houses will be limited, what efforts will be made to address debris and pest control, and more. Trinity did not respond to our attorney when those questions were raised. We ask that they develop a plan to address these issues. We are worried about fire safety. In 2018, our friends at 7 Alston Street lost everything in a fire, and we saw how hard it was for the fire department to access these tight spaces. The Peabody Square Firehouse crew told us that a building like the one Trinity proposes with no access from the west would be a danger in the event of a fire. To create community green space, Trinity plans to take part of our backyards, areas that have been inside our fences for decades. They propose to construct a courtyard, as you saw, with fixed and movable seating, a water wall, and a fire feature, and an outdoor media wall. Last winter, Trinity representatives met with us on Sharp Street to measure this space, but they have since remained silent on addressing the issue or responding to our questions about the area. We ask that they finally resolve this issue with us. While there is a T-stop, this is not a transit-oriented neighborhood. It is an area of narrow one-way streets on a road that can't handle even temporary shuttle buses when the station is closed. This is an inappropriate use for this lot. This is in a residential neighborhood. We want to work with a developer who hears our concerns and wants to work with us.
Thank you very much for your testimony. But we have the 2 minutes.
Matthew Middlestat, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. My name is Matthew Middlestat. I'm a resident on Melville Avenues, just steps from the Shawmut pedestrian plaza and garden. I've been a Dorchester resident for about 16 years, and I've been a resident of the immediate neighborhood for 4 years. And I'd like to speak in the strongest possible support of this project. I appreciate the responsiveness of the developers to listen to some of the community concerns, and while I don't believe everything has come out perfect, I think it's generally speaking a good compromise on many of the issues that have been addressed. I unfortunately believe that many of the voices have been disproportionately weighted towards longstanding homeowners who have a lot more time to attend planning and community association meetings that many of the renters of the neighborhood are less likely to be able to attend. In the midst of a dire housing crisis, it's unfortunate that the size of the project has been cut over the course of the process, especially given its location directly adjacent to the subway station. I think we should be prioritizing as much housing and specifically affordable housing as possible. And I'm disappointed that the size of the project has been cut over time. But nevertheless, I think the proposal for 150 Center Street is a fantastic first step that will hopefully lead to an increase in similar projects across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Walsh, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. My name's Ann Walsh. I have lived in Dorchester with my family for a little over 20 years. I'm just commenting in strong support. I already wrote a letter to the editor and the reporter and commented on your website, so I'll leave the details there. But the general vibe here is we just need housing. Like we need as much as quickly as possible. We have people, living in hotels right now or on the street because we don't have enough space for everyone, and we've got to get that solved. I know that this is difficult and change is very, very hard, but it's necessary if Dorchester is going to continue to be the most diverse neighborhood in Boston. We pride ourselves on our diversity and our inclusion of all kinds of people, and in order to do that, we have to have affordable housing options. This project is a reflection of our values. It's affordable, it would encourage diversity, it would be innovative and green, while also being pragmatic and getting us the best we can get with the circumstances. So I hope that we can lead on the housing crisis, and this project gives us the opportunity to do so. So I encourage you to support it.
Thank you. Leslie Salmon, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Salmon. I live in the Melville Park neighborhood, and I've lived here for 26 years. I'm here in strong support of the project. I do think Boston needs to be a leader in providing affordable housing and solving the housing crisis. I'm excited that these are going to be rental units in my community. As in the 26 years I've lived here, I've seen a strong reduction in rental properties. I'm also optimistic that this will provide housing for the workforce in our community. We have enjoyed some higher end amenities, restaurants, coffee shops, a very nice Target, but I don't see the people that are working in those businesses living in my neighborhood. So I'm excited that some of my neighbors will be part of the workforce in my community and have good housing. So I'm here to support the project, and I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Leslie. Lara Shortoff, sorry, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, thank you for this time. So I just want to say my name is Laura. I live on Edwin Street, and I'm actually a member of the St. Mark's Neighborhood Association. I don't go that often because I have 2 small children, but it's lovely and they're lovely people. I'm speaking in strong support of this project. This is the first BPDA meeting I've ever attended. I just, if this doesn't get approved, what will? This city, you've heard 1,000 times, it's just there's nowhere to go. There's no place to live, and this is an amazing project. If anything, I wish it was bigger. I'm a young family with 2 kids. We barely were able to stay in this neighborhood. I'm a homeowner now, but I was a renter for a long time. And there's just nowhere to go. Friends are leaving. and we just need more housing. And, you know, this sounds like a great project to me, I don't know. But even if it wasn't perfect, we still need to approve it just because we're desperate and it's 50 seconds from the T, and, you know, a public resource like that shouldn't be just accessible for, you know, a few residences. So we so need to approve this. I wish there were more units. The project looks wonderful. I just wish it were bigger and there were less parking. But, you know, I just urge you, from someone who barely got to stay here and seeing friends with, and I was a longtime renter, and seeing friends who've had to leave, we just, you know, as a Boston resident for 15 years, we so are in desperate need of this wonderful project. So I just urge you to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Lara. Carolyn Chow, you can unmute yourself. Carolyn, you're still, yep, there you go.
Space there. Apologies. Hear me?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Did you hear me?
You're breaking up a little bit, so let's give it a try.
Sorry, let me try one more time. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Great. Okay. Sorry about that. I'll be quick because of my sound. I was just in a very noisy place. But my name is Carolyn Chu. I am actually Laura's neighbor on Edwin Street, but a renter. And I'm just here to, also as an IAG member, to voice my support for this project. We need more affordable housing. We have a displacement crisis. And I think that Trinity has tried to accommodate and improve the project. And I'm glad they were able to do that. And you know, I think it raises questions around planning around, you know, the way we're building the neighborhood, but we need more affordable housing. And I want to make sure, you know, projects like this get approved. So I urge you to approve. And sorry about my technical issues.
Thank you. Tim Reppert, you can unmute yourself. Tim, we can't hear you. You're still you're muted now. If you're having difficulties, you can call 617-918-4254 and they can patch you through. Mercedes Tompkins, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Mercedes Tompkins, and I'm been a long-time member, neighbor in this community, and I am not in support of the project. I am in support of affordable housing and affordable rental and home ownership. I think the site is not appropriate in terms of size for you know, the size of the plot. Mostly I'm stammering because I've been on the call since earlier, like 3:30 when the board meeting started. And I was wondering, where is community input? And I'm more upset about the process that we've gone through over the last 5-6 years. And I've been a part of it because I've been a part of the neighborhood association. And so I'm really disappointed about how this has gone and the enemies that we've you know, people, it's gotten really kind of vicious in the neighborhood, and everybody here has gone, you know, the long-term neighbors have been here through the thick and the thin, just trying to keep the neighborhood together, the place that we live and we love and that we've raised our children in. So I'm not happy with the size. The parking, I'm glad that you added parking because it's unrealistic to assume that people will not have parking and they'll be using the T. I see the little 2-minute sign come up, so I'm going to end by just saying clearly I don't support it, not because I'm not passionate about affordable housing, because I've worked with homeless families, I've worked in battered women's programs, and I grew up in public housing. I'm in support of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Reppert?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Great, sorry about that. Yeah, I am in opposition to this project, and I feel that anybody that's making a point that this is good for more housing doesn't understand the whole what's going on. We have another option with, what are we? Build Together, and it's a better option, and it's part of the neighborhood already, being part of Epiphany School, and I feel like we have a rare opportunity to go with an option that is already part of the neighborhood, and that's not being discussed enough. I know there's a lot of people that have nicely written speeches that somehow are in support of this, but there's not enough people that are abutting that are getting an opportunity to talk about this. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Danielle Miller, you can unmute yourself. Danielle?
Hello.
Yep, I can hear you.
I live on Moultrie Street, which is about a block away from the project site. I am in support of this project. There's a lack of much needed housing and density in this neighborhood, which is a shame given its proximity to the T and the commercial potential along Washington and Dot Ave. I know that there is a fear among some neighbors about the impact on local traffic, and that is not helped by the city neglecting to address longstanding concerns about Center and Alston Street. But I think attempting to resolve those concerns by opposing housing is misguided. I would also like to add some important context to the opposition some neighborhood residents have undertaken in collaboration with Epiphany School. The campaign to rally oppositional support has included the distribution of materials and personal outreach, which in my experience of them all propose an alternative development plan for the property. The previous commenter referenced this. All of the materials and outreach events I have encountered encourage people to sign the petition and comment with the BPDA so that the alternative plan can be built instead, despite the fact that no one proposing the alternative plan has any right to purchase or develop the property. I cannot say to what degree this misleading framing of the question of the property's future has convinced people to oppose the development plan that Trinity has put forward, but I think it's important context to have when evaluating the scope and depth of the project's opposition. I hope this project will be approved. Renting below market is how people are able to eventually afford home ownership opportunities, and diverse, vibrant communities are only possible if we build in ways that allow a diverse demographic of people to live together. Thanks.
Thanks, Danielle. Would anybody else like to testify about this project? If you do, please raise your virtual hand. Dominic Aceta, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm Dominic Aceta, and I'm an officer of the Melville Park Association and a member of the IAG. And earlier this week, 6 members of the IAG sent to Camille a letter detailing the issues that we had with regard to this project. Camille, did you receive that?
Yes.
Did you pass it on to?
This is a public hearing, so all you can do is to testify. We will take that question. Well, I'll just go ahead and say we received it, and the board members received it and read it prior to this meeting. But we can't question and answer. So if you have anything additional, please.
I do. The board members, if they were careful in terms of looking at the map that the developer showed, this neighborhood is a neighborhood of all residential houses, 1, 2, and 3 family homes. The T-stop is one of the few, if not the only, T-stop in the Boston system that comes up in the middle of a neighborhood. As a result, the type of building that they are proposing is not appropriate for it. I'm in opposition to it. The Neighborhood Association is in opposition to it. St. Mark Association is in opposition to it. Codman Square is in opposition to it. The Friends of Loesch Park are in opposition to it. The abutters are in opposition to it.
Thank you, Dominic. Kimberly DeSince, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. I live on Lyndhurst Street. I am in opposition to this building. I believe that when you hear from neighbors that are either homeowners or renters, we're not saying if not here, then where. This is a neighborhood. There are triple deckers, there's 2-family homes, there's single-family homes. This isn't where you have a 75-unit large building taking up direct abutters' backyards. There are better ways to do this. There's community opposition here. It's not that I don't want housing on this site. I think housing on this site makes a lot of sense. It's just entirely too large. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Joe Levenger, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, this is Joe Levenger. I'm a resident at Moultrie Street, a block away from the proposed development. Just want to point out that the proposal is 100% rental, which is great for the developer. It's a real cash cow, but there's no path to homeownership. The plan proposed by Build Together has a significant homeownership component. It's actually 100% homeownership, and many of us feel that homeownership is extremely important, and that it needs to be affordable homeownership, and that's what we're proposing. And to echo what Dominic said just a moment ago, there is zero support from the 3 neighborhood associations, zero support from all of the abutters, and 1,000 signatures in protest of this development. So I urge the BPDA to not approve this project, and that if it is approved, there will be lawsuits brought against the to prevent this from moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Jane, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much, ma'am. My name is Barbara Jane. I'm not a member of your neighborhood. I live in Alston, Brighton. And what I want to tell you all, and I heard beautiful voices this evening, be careful what you let them build. They'll destroy your neighborhood like they destroyed my neighborhood. In 5 years, you won't recognize your neighborhood. If everything is right to the property line, if everything is too tall, too high, too dense, that's what your neighborhood's going to become. In the past 5 years, my neighborhood has pretty much disappeared due to the actions of the BPDA, and of course, in this neighborhood, Harvard University. I wish you all the very best of luck. Be careful what you let them build. Keep controlling your neighborhood. You have a great neighborhood. You can build housing that in fact fits within your community standards. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbara. Would anybody else like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, I believe this, hold on one last person. Lynn Hackett, you can mute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thanks. I think there's no disagreement that if you offer 28 units, 4,000 people are going to apply, but the majority of our neighborhood is multifamily homes. We are high density. And the solution for bringing more people into our neighborhood is to work with our existing homeowners and the owners of the rental units. And when you own your home, you bring in family members. The immigrants bring in their family members. Having rental units is not what we need to continue to diversify and expand opportunities in our neighborhood. I'm strongly opposed to this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Would anybody else like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for everyone who took time and had to come today to testify, as well as those of you who wrote letters and emails stating your views as well. We take that very seriously. So, before we enter board comments, the developer, you do have 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if you so desire, or we can move into board comments. So. Would you like a rebuttal? Period? No? Yeah, okay, I heard it. I saw it, no. Okay, so let's move into board. Questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I've got a question. A few of the callers did have some questions about the developer's accessibility meetings and so forth. I know this has been a very long project, 6 years or so, and there's been quite a few meetings. So if you could just very quickly explain that, maybe summarize the meetings you had and the outreach that you did on this project.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we've been at this for quite some time, years actually. We have met with the various community and neighborhood groups at their regular meetings. We have met, obviously we had, as was mentioned earlier, we had 4 IAG meetings as well as a public hearing facilitated by the BPDA. But beyond that, we have met with the direct abutters on multiple occasions. We have always had an open door policy and welcomed speaking with them. As was mentioned by one of the abutters, we went out and met with them on the sidewalk to discuss with them any concerns that they had. And I met with representatives of the Epiphany School to answer questions that they had. Any of the, again, to try to facilitate a dialogue so that we could work together and address any of the concerns. We met, and as you can see by some of the people who came out tonight, we've been out, we've knocked on doors on all of the surrounding streets. And we've tried to be as inclusive as possible with anybody who had comments. And I think if you look through the progression of the design and the progression of the project from its beginning to where it is now, I think you can see the results of that process. We took a lot of the comments into account, and I think it's made for a better project.
Thank you, John.
Excuse me, through the chair. Just kind of where you left off, I was going to ask you a question. With your, I'm not sure if it was 6-8 years ago, but what was the initial, how many units was it initially? What was the height initially? Parking initially, those type of things. Where have you gone from to where you are now?
Yeah, we had, the initial proposal was for a little bit over 90 units in a 5-story building. Obviously, we've worked with and have been responsive to comments from abutters and neighbors. We reduced, on multiple occasions, we've reduced the size of the building. We've reduced the footprint of the building. We did have more parking spaces. I think at one point we had approximately, I think it was 48 parking spaces. There were many, as you heard on the call today, there are many people who wanted zero parking in this particular project. And the city was actually pushing very hard for us to go to zero parking. We, again, working with stakeholders and working with the neighbors, we landed at having some parking, 25 spaces of parking. And we think that that was a good compromise. But over time, you know, we've significantly changed the scale of this project. And we think we're proud of where we've landed, and we think it'll be a real asset to the neighborhood.
And one more question, since I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. My parents live on St. Mark's Road. How's the lighting in like the front or center? Because if you ever taken the train from Charlotte at night, it's a little dark, and you side streets and things of that nature.
Yeah. So yeah. Obviously, one of the things that we've been really working hard on is to come up with improvements to the neighborhood beyond just the boundaries of our project. So we worked with BPDA, we worked with BTD to come up with some improvements to Center Street in particular, and to improve the pedestrian experience as you go to Shawmut Plaza. So yes, we'll have, contextual but good lighting on Center Street that leads you to the Shawmut Station Plaza. We've talked with the MBTA, like if there are opportunities for us to work together to make further improvements to the plaza, we've been open to that as well. But we expect, with some of the improvements that are in our plans to really enhance the access to the station for people beyond our project.
Was home ownership considered for this development at any point?
Yes, it was. And as we've gone through the process, we've gone through just about every iteration of project configuration. And we've had projects with many more market rate units with just a little bit or an IDP required amount of affordable units to where we are today, which is 100% affordable, and something that we're very, very happy about. We did consider home ownership units in this project. When the project was bigger and it had more height, we considered having a model where we would have both home ownership and rental units. But as we've worked with the neighborhood and other stakeholders, as the project got smaller, it just became infeasible, financially infeasible to do a project that had home ownership.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Dr. Linsberg?
Yes.
All right, so I think we've all gone. Let's see, so I do want to address a couple of the concerns that were coming through, as well as the AFFH. So let's start with AFFH. Sorry. AFFH. So I know this was a project that did trigger the completion of the affirmatively furthering fair housing new procedures that we have going on. So just wanted to get a sense of how the project was received as far as the analysis that goes into that, which is like displacement and a variety of other different ways that we're analyzing projects. So from the agency or from the developer, if you can comment on that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah, I can take that. So yes, we did work very closely with BPDA staff and others to do the AFFH analysis. This part of Dorchester does experience a high level of displacement. I think that that's obvious, and that there is actually a pretty significant lack of affordable housing resources in this part of Dorchester. As we've gone through the process, when we actually started Article 80, we actually were 60% affordable. and the remainder of the project was market rate. Again, working through this process, working through the community process, listening to stakeholders and listening to a lot of people. We actually increased, as we are here today, we increased the affordability to 100% affordable. We also doubled the number of units that are for those at up to 30% of AMI. So we doubled the amount of deeply affordable units. Which is not an easy thing to do, but something we're really happy to do here. We also implemented a tier of units at 50% of AMI, below where we were at 60% of AMI, and then the remainder for workforce higher income levels. We also, again, working through the process, we actually included a number of 3-bedroom units, which were not in the original proposal. We increased the number of 2-bedroom units, again, to increase the number of family units. And I think, again, working through the process, the project has gotten better. But again, that was a result of going through that AFFH process.
Okay, great, thank you. So now, one of the themes that came in through the letters and a little bit came up in the comments, just want to get clarification of, so there was commentary on there's a better option or there's an option to build something else. I just wanted to get a sense of the context for that and verify if this is private land versus like public land. I just want to.
Hi, Chairwoman Rojas. I'm happy to step in and answer that question. So as you know, the BPDA is a regulatory agency for development, meaning that we review proposals that are presented to the BPDA when an applicant has the rights to develop the land. The realities of this site is that Trinity Development has the development rights to this property that was acquired through a private sale. The agency has no authority to regulate private sales and to whom. The only way we can do that is through a public disposition if the BPDA owns that land, and this was not something that the BPDA actually owned. So therefore, we're really only allowed to review the proposals that are brought to us in private sales from people who have the development rights to this property, which Trinity does. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right. And the last thing I did want to concern, because I would be concerned about it too. Can you speak a little bit to, just the traffic concerns specifically around kind of the emergency vehicles and things like that would be a concern. I consider myself my neighbors are Dorchester and I'm Mattapan, but this is kind of where my dog groomer is. Like, this is where I do a lot of my living in this area. So you can comment on that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and that's also something that we've worked really hard on. Traffic is a reality. Traffic is a reality in Dorchester. It's a reality on Center Street. But that said, again, working with the BPDA, working with other city departments, we have worked and we think that, we're actually making improvements to the traffic situation on Center Street. We are completely, like right now, there are 2 large curb cuts that exist. And it's an auto-centric repair facility today. We'll be completely rebuilding and enhancing and improving the streetscapes on both Center Street and on Sharp Street. We are creating dedicated sort of delivery and pull-off spaces in front of the building so that there's no delivery vehicles that are getting into the flow of traffic. We are creating neck downs, creating new crossings for pedestrians across Center Street, providing access to the Shone Station Plaza, which will greatly improve sight lines and improve pedestrian access. And again, those are things that we work closely with city departments and the BPDA to come up with together to make the situation on Center Street together. So we think, as far as the traffic situation is concerned, we actually think that will make it a little bit better. Our project's not going to solve all the traffic problems of Dorchester, but we think we can make it a little bit better.
Okay, great. Okay, I think that covers my questions. I think in general, look, we've you've delivered us a project that's aligned with, with our values and our goals of affordability, resiliency, and equity. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for that. This is also the the same values and what we're trying to do at a state level, right? Of making investment in transit-oriented and creating density around around modes of transit. And I really hope that our neighboring municipalities and towns and cities will do the same. But here in Boston, that's how we do it, right? So just appreciate that. I do acknowledge though that and I'm empathetic to the opposition and the change that this community will be experiencing. So I guess on that note, I would just say the expectation, right, is that as with all developers and developments, that the community process does continue, that those lines of communication still exist, whether, this gets approved or not, there's still effort made, in particular with certain abutters that feel that they haven't been heard, and we can kind of get those details from the letters and the comments, just to make sure that we've kind of reached out, or you've reached out to them. I think that's it. I guess one last comment, it is transit-oriented and density. I would have personally, individually, preferred to see greater density, but understand the complexities of this project. So I think I'll just leave that there. If there are no other questions, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next public hearing. Second. Okay. So this is our second public hearing of the night. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Articles Section 80A-2, Section 80B-5, and Section 80D-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed project. Sixth Amendment to the 2013 Harvard University Institutional Master Plan, and to consider the proposed 175 North Harvard Street project as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on November 1st, 2023 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Therefore, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time, so if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for a rebuttal if they so desire. And Mr. Tyler Ross will now begin the presentation. Tyler.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Tyler Ross. I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. The proposal before you is the 175 North Harvard Street Article 80 Large Project and Harvard IMP Amendment, located in the Alston neighborhood. On November 30th, 2022, Harvard filed a project notification form for the project. The proposed project consists of the construction of a 13-story graduate and affiliate housing building, comprising comprising, of 275 units and 75 below ground parking spaces. The project will provide a new home for the American Repertory Theater, including 2 flexible performance auditoriums, an outdoor performance yard, rehearsal areas, studio areas, cultural uses, concession, and administrative office spaces. Additionally, the BPA hosted 4 task force meetings and public meetings on December 13, 2022, June 20th, 2023, September 11th, 2023, and October 16th, 2023. All these were well attended and advertised in the local newspapers. The proponent also worked with city departments and local elected officials to mitigate concerns voiced in opposition letters about the project. A benefit that came out of these discussions is that Harvard will be dispersing the remaining $1.3 million in the Harvard University Flex Fund that was negotiated by the task force in Harvard during their 2013 10-year IMP process. Harvard and the BPDA will be opening the Flex Fund application round associated with the approval of the project for nonprofits in Alston-Brighton neighborhood. With that, I will now turn it over to Ben Zunkler from the Planning Department to discuss the planning context for the project before Mark Hanley from the development team begins the presentation. Lastly, I want to say thank you to the elected officials, members of the public, and the task force and city agencies who helped review the proposed 175 North Harvard Street project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. As mentioned, my name is Ben Zunkler, and I'm a senior planner at the Boston Planning and Development Agency, here on behalf of BPDA staff to share the planning context used in staff review of the 6th Amendment to the Harvard Institutional Master Plan and the proposed institutional project located at and referred to as 175 North Harvard Street. An institutional master plan establishes the guidelines for review of any proposed institutional projects within the IMP area, even though the parcels referenced also fall within Harvard University's institutional subdistrict of the Alston Neighborhood District and community commercial subdistricts. The IMP area establishes review for institutional projects according to Article 80D of the Boston Zoning Code. If adopted by the Boston Zoning Commission, the 6th IMP amendment to the 2013 Institutional Master Plan for Harvard University's campus in Alston will guide review. Sorry, could you go to the next slide? I think. And the next one. Thank you. Thanks. So the 6th Amendment to the 2013 Institutional Master Plan will guide review of proposed institutional projects within the IMP area, and the 175 North Harvard Street project would be in compliance with the IMP as amended. BPDA staff considered both the changes to the 6th Amendment as well as the 175 North Harvard Street project itself. The planning context that I'll talk about is organized accordingly. BPDA staff also considered citywide, neighborhood, and nearby area plans in our review. Next slide, please. The 6th IMP amendment proposes changes to the IMP area to include 1120 Soldiers Field Road, parcel which has institutional use, and exclude 1230 Soldiers Field Road parcel which does not have institutional use. Once the IMP area is amended, the Institutional Master Plan Overlay District will be updated to match the IMP area, and the 1230 Soldiers Field Road parcel will be subject to the regulations of the community commercial subdistricts of the Alston Neighborhood District and applicable overlay districts, including planned development areas. These changes are in compliance with the Harvard IMP. Related to the 175 North Harvard Street project, several proposed amendments to the IMP were reviewed and are in compliance with citywide, area, and Harvard IMP goals. Key changes include removal of the basketball venue and associated retail program. The basketball venue was already relocated to elsewhere in the IMP area, and this program was reallocated to accommodate the American Repertory Theater, ART, and associated office and educational space. Residential program was increased by approximately 25,000 square feet and between 1 and 3 stories in height. Additionally, parking was reduced from approximately 275 spaces to 75 spaces. These changes reflect an overall minimal change in square feet of gross floor area. The changes proposed in the 6th IMP amendment, including the residential program, specifically advance planning goals related to findings from the 2022 Student Housing Trends Report, as well as the goals established in the 2013 IMP. Next slide, please. The 6th IMP amendment describes the 175 North Harvard Street project, and when the amendment is approved by the BPDA, if the amendment is approved by the BPDA and adopted by the Boston Zoning Commission, the project is anticipated to be ready for certificate of compliance and certificate of consistency. As noted, while the project does not currently comply with the Harvard IMP, once the amendment is adopted, this project will be in compliance. The project requires further review and approval by the Boston Parks and Recreation Commission, as well as a resilience reviewer. However, the site design and building articulation have already changed significantly as a result of BPDA staff review to align the proposed project with the planning and design goals. In summary, the 6th IMP amendment and the proposed institutional project at 175 North Harvard Street are consistent with local and citywide planning and policy goals, including supporting housing and arts and cultural uses in Allston as described in the Western Avenue Corridor Study and Rezoning Plan and the Allston-Brighton Arts, Culture, and Placekeeping Report, advancing multimodal transit goals described in the Allston-Brighton Mobility Plan, supporting Boston's green building and carbon neutral goals, aligning with tree canopy and smart utility infrastructure goals. Additionally, future IMP renewal processes will further connect the environment and climate resilience elements of the proposed project with the citywide goals outlined in recently completed Parks and Recreation plans. Thank you for your time. I will now turn it over to the proponent team and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Ben, thank you. I'm Mark Handley from Harvard University. Thank you also to Tyler. And good evening to the entire BPDA team, Director Jemison, Chairwoman Priscilla Rojas, Ms. Polimas, and the rest of the board. We are delighted to be here with you tonight. The presentation that Ben just provided has located us exactly on the site that we're seeking to discuss tonight. It's the street address 175 North Harvard Street. And we are thrilled to be here with a project that has two major components: a new Center for Creativity and Performance for the American Repertory Theater, and significant new Harvard University housing that will be for graduate student affiliates, for staff, and for other Harvard affiliates, not for Harvard College students. You see here on the map, we are at the crossroads of North Harvard Street and Western Avenue in the North Allston neighborhood. Next slide, please. Before I get into the existing condition, I also want to thank our Harvard Allston Task Force members, the BPDA staff, and all of the city staff who worked on this project, our Allston and Brighton community members who have participated in our meetings, and our elected officials for their advocacy, including to District 9 Councilor Breeden, who earlier tonight spoke on this project at the very beginning of the meeting. You see here our existing conditions. We're located on the Harvard campus in Allston. There was an existing building here that you see in the below two pictures, a one-story, mostly brick building. That structure rather has been demolished in order to accommodate this potential project. And moving on to the next slide, just a couple quick pictures again of the existing condition from the other angle coming through North Harvard Street adjacent to Harvard Stadium. Next slide, please. So very much reiterating what Ben Zunkler from the planning group said, this IMP amendment in front of the board tonight is mostly focused on number one here on the map, 175 North Harvard Street, but there are some other actions that are taking place in effect the IMP map, specifically the addition of number 2 here, which is 1120 Soldiers Field Road, where an institutional use is now taking place, and also the removal of number 3 shown here, which is 1230 Soldiers Field Road, which is now the home of commercial activities and are not involved in Harvard's IMP or IMP area. Next slide, please. Ben also summarized the fact that a project of this density and of similar use at this exact site was included in Harvard's 2013 approved IMP. So what you see here is a depiction of the approved IMP from 2013 that does, that considers a dense university housing use, and also, as Ben mentioned, a potential basketball arena. Basketball had been accommodated some years ago within the athletic campus, And as I hand it over to Tom Gibson from Hayworth Tompkins, he will discuss some of the earliest thinking that reorganized a little bit and introduced a new use to this site, but is quite consistent with Harvard's 2013 IMP. I will be back near the end to talk briefly about some of the project benefits that are attached to this proposal.
Thanks, Mark, and hello, everyone. I'm joining from London. Next slide, please. As this slide shows, you can see that we tested a number of different configurations for how the program could land on the site. And the preferred urban strategy is shown by the right-hand image here, with the American Repertory Theatre activating the east edge of the block along North Harvard Street, and the affiliate housing component located on the quieter western side of the block, taking advantage of views out over Smithfield and north over the track towards the stadium. And are servicing along that southern edge of Ivy Lane, opposite the existing servicing for the Continuum building. Next slide, please. We've had a very constructive dialogue with the BPDA team over the last year. The top two images are showing the design evolution of the Centre for Creativity and Performance. The big move was to pull the main public spaces, the lobby and rehearsal spaces that you can see with the lettering on the top right image, pull that out towards the public realm, create a direct connection with the sidewalk, and really signpost the main entrance to sort of encourage people to flow both from Cambridge and Alston towards that main entrance. We've tried really hard to celebrate the sustainability aspirations, which are incredibly ambitious on this project. There's a very distinctive skyline or silhouette formed by the natural ventilation stacks, and we've added significant amounts of glazing to create views into the mass timber structure. And I'll hand over to Dennis, our design partners from Marvel Architects, designing the housing component. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everyone, tonight for hosting us. It's the board, the task force, as Mark said, the agencies elected, and the public. It's been a great journey for us. We've had a lot of comments. I think it's been mentioned. We have made revisions to the design, but I think trying to really keep this energy, this composition of working with the theater. And my name's Dennis Vermeulen. I'm with Marvel Architects and Landscape Architects, but just one of many, many people that's been working together in a really great team for this full block, which we see very much as a composition. In this slide, again, much like the theater, we've made changes in response to comments, and we'll look at a few other images also to get into some of those details. And of course, we're here to answer your questions. We'll go to the next slide. The site plan, Tom already mentioned a few elements of, really trying to aggregate the loading and the service on Ivy Lane, which is already how Ivy Lane is functioning for the Continuum building. In this plan, for those of you maybe less familiar with the site, Smithfield Park is to the top of the page, that would be to the west. North is really to the right with McCurdy Track. The Performance Center now at the bottom of the page and the lower side of the page, and the affiliate housing above. It's been mentioned also, very wide sidewalks around the perimeter of this site, street trees. We've implemented, I think, showing a commitment of the entire team for much safer streets, raised sidewalks, dedicated bike lanes, a really redesigned bus stop. So many, many features really to make this a much safer, more pleasant area for pedestrians, for bicyclists, kind of a de-emphasis on vehicles, and yet still accommodation there as well. Much to talk about here, but I think many of you have heard the details. I will mention that both buildings, for resiliency purposes, are about 3 feet above the existing grade. And so the hardscape that you see serves several functions. It creates a series of gathering spaces for the public and for residents, for theater workers, but also helps transition from that grade with these very gentle slopes, barrier-free design, so people can access all the entry points to both the Performance Center and the housing building. We can move on. elevations, these are site elevations now, so you're seeing on the top, this is looking from the east towards the west, so you see the Performance Center, the ART, in the foreground with the affiliate housing behind. Very much this intentional composition, again, of the smaller masses of the timber-framed theater, rising up towards, starting from the south at the lowest part of the building and then rising up towards the north. As you can see from the north elevation, this is the image on the bottom of this page. So you see again the very kind of striking murals on the theater. Tom will talk a little bit about the materiality, the cedar and the brick. So we work very closely, to come up with this complementary palettes, brick, playing with these datums between the buildings and with the articulation so that these buildings really, again, complement each other and work in an urban scale between Barry's Corner to the south and east and to the track and to the park to the north and to the west. On the next slide, we'll see some additional, again, street elevations. You'll see this view of Ivy Lane over time, working with the BPDA and others, really work to kind of strengthen this street wall for a very active perimeter around the entire site. Also have done work to lighten up the base and really hold these datums around the entirety of the site. You see on the lower image, this is the west face, so direct west elevation of the affiliate housing building. Now we'll go to the next. I'll hand back to Tom again. I think so he'll pick up on again this complementary materiality and scale.
Thanks, Dennis. So as these images hopefully show that main entrance, pulling people in from Cambridge and Alston, a single entrance for both directions. As Dennis mentioned, we have a palette of cedar and brick, really, which references local Alston materials, vernacular architecture. And hopefully you can see that, we've got really sort of extensive glazing and views into rehearsal, production, activities, and the performance yard in the center image at the bottom here, a sort of extension of the public territory of the lobby that can host events, but also at times will be open as well, and a sort of extension of the public realm. And then the bottom right-hand image is showing really a sort of condensed version of the public art strategy. We're wrapping the large-scale mural around three sides. That's forming a threshold into the courtyard garden between the two buildings. It's addressing the performance yard and the art lab on the other side of North Harvard Street, and really is addressing those long-distance views across from Smithfield and the stadium as well. Back to you, Dennis, I think, on the next slide.
I have a lag here, so thank you, Tom. I think along with this complementary palette of materials, I think I wanted to speak just for a minute about also these common goals we have with the Performance Center on sustainability, resiliency I mentioned of raising the buildings up, but both, as Tom mentioned, timber framing and many features within the theater. For housing, we are looking for Passive House accreditation and Living Building Challenge core. So very committed to a sustainable building. The courtyard images that you see on the lower right, there's hardscape areas for people to gather, small gathering areas, but interspersed with green spaces that are native plantings, native trees that are irrigated with rainwater. So we're very excited to be working on a project where there's this shared commitment to sustainability and resiliency. Other elements, which I mentioned earlier, that have evolved over time, again, lowering the overall height of the building, but also increasing the articulation of the brick detailing. This is a hand-laid brick building, and kind of very much looking for a timeless appeal on a traditional red brick. But the base over time, also in discussions, we've lightened up this gray brick, added some details to these townhouses that face to the west. So these are our duplex units that each have their own individual stoop that face towards Smithfield Park. We'll go to the next image. I'm going to hand off in a minute to Mark Hanley. I just wanted to mention again, there's been discussion about how there's been real efforts to increase the green space and really functional green space, for residents, but also for visitors, both to the theater and any Alston resident who would be passing through. The native plantings and the landscape improvements, the addition of bike parking, bike pavilion to really celebrate multimodal transportation, all these elements that, again, we're very proud of and very happy to have been a part of, working with Tom and his team and the rest of the team. And I'll hand back to Mark to talk a little bit more about the project benefits.
Board members, associated with this project, we've proposed a number of benefits. And although the project is quite consistent with our approved 2013 institutional master plan, which is tied at the hip with a master plan for community benefits, there are impacts on Smithfield and adjacent City Park, and other types of impacts and programmatic opportunities that we've been able to take advantage of in deploying some of these new exciting benefits. Some of these benefits that are listed here are quite traditional. Others are new and adherent to some of the grant cycles and opportunities that Harvard has had real true success in deploying with our Alston Brighton neighbors to the neighborhood. For Smithfield, we have agreed to $300,000 for the Boston Parks and Recreation Department for improvements to Smithfield. We have agreed to immediately fund and open up, very likely tomorrow, open up the 16th year of the Harvard Alston Partnership Fund, which is a grant cycle we've been administering for a long time that is open to Alston Brighton service nonprofits, and we typically deploy grants from $5,000 to over $20,000 within that grant cycle that we will open tomorrow. We have a second slide of benefits here. Next slide, please. As we introduce the American Repertory Theater, we have also an incredible opportunity for programmatic benefits and access benefits related to the theater. So in this slide, you'll see some of those benefits. We're incredibly excited to be able to introduce the Center for Creativity and Performance to the Alston neighborhood. And to conclude our presentation, I would like to introduce to you Kelvin Dinkins Jr., who is the Executive Director of the American Repertory Theater.
Thank you, Mark. Hello, everyone. Good evening. On behalf of American Repertory Theater's Artistic Director, Diane Paulus, and myself, I want to thank you for this opportunity to connect with you all and share our vision for the ART's next chapter in Alston. The ART was founded in 1980 by the late Robert Brustein, and our mission is to expand the boundaries of theater, always including the audience as a partner. Over the past 4 decades, ART has become a leading force in the American theater, producing what is often regarded as unproducible theatrical works and offering countless visionary artists a creative home where they can take risks and engage with our community. ART has achieved international renown and been recognized with 3 Tony Awards for productions we've originated, as well as the Regional Theater Tony Award. We have welcomed to our stage world-renowned artists including James Earl Jones, Audra McDonald, Bryan Cranston, and Idina Menzel, to name a few. We are grounded by our commitments to be of service to Harvard University's robust student community and to provide mentorship and training for generations of students across Greater Boston. ART has produced its work at the Loeb Drama Center on Brattle Street in Harvard Square since its founding, but the facility was not built to support a boundary-breaking regional theater. Over the years, our mission has remained constant, but our vision has expanded, and so has our work. Our focus on audiences, students, and how we use the galvanizing power of theater to build community is now at the center of the art we make and the work we do. And this extraordinary work needs intentional architecture. This new center will be a model for the next generation of cultural architecture through its core principles of openness, artistic flexibility, collaboration, sustainability, and regenerative design. The center will now be programmed with public art, musicals, plays, classes, labs, meetings, conferences, rehearsals, festivals, and multidisciplinary events. Our programming will be designed to engage the local, national, and international creative ecosystems and to make meaningful contributions to them. This new building will become a fixture among the city's cultural offerings as an international destination and a local hangout. For more than a decade, ART has dreamed about programming diverse offerings in an upgraded facility capable of radical welcome. A generous gift to Harvard in 2019 catalyzed the thoughtful design process that you've heard about this evening, and thanks to our incredible donors, design team, Harvard collaborators, the community, ART's board and staff, design team, and the BPDA, we've collectively arrived at this essential moment, the opportunity to launch a Center for Creativity and Performance that serves ART's desire to expand not only the boundaries of theater, but also Boston's creative impact and partnership with our greater community. We are eager to welcome you to ART's new home. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that presentation. So as this is a public hearing, we're first going to open it up to public testimony. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Yes, we do. Bruce Houghton, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, testing the mute.
Yep, we can hear you.
Good day, my name is Bruce Houghton. I'm honored to be able to testify before the board and all the members that are listening. I've been a member of the Alston Task Force for easily 15 years now, and I was one of the original task board members who negotiated the IMP now just 9 years ago, and hopefully will be part of the new one. As a major part of what we were looking forward to back then, and are currently looking forward, is the engagement with the community to make a healthy neighborhood and a future for Alston and Brighton, and that included community benefits. We recognize that Harvard can't see 10 years in the future, and neither can we, and that changes in the IMP will have to occur. And there was a consideration that community benefits would be reviewed at the time of any changes in the IMP. We don't believe that the community benefits associated with these changes are commensurate with the impact in the community. Harvard made a commitment to provide benefits and mitigate negative impacts on our community back 9 years ago, just a decade. And this does not reflect that. We recognize that Harvard Task Force, we as a task force did have an opportunity for input and requested adjustments to community benefits. However, our feedback was really unheard. Harvard went ahead with this anyhow, and we would appreciate the board temporarily deferring the approval on this development, so that those negotiations can be completed in a reasonable way. Thank you very much.
Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of hundreds of union carpenters that live and work throughout the city of Boston, I want to go on record on strong support. There is not a single day that goes by without union carpenters working, and many tradesmen for that matter, working at Harvard, one building or another. They have done a great work on increasing housing for their students that alleviates the needs for housing in the city, and they're just a great organization, and for that, we stand strong and full support, and it is with great respect we ask you to please vote on the affirmative on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Cindy Marchando, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am the chair of the Harvard Alston Task Force and also a concerned member of the North Alston community. And we object to the proposed amendments to the institutional master plan for 175 North Harvard Ave. We urge you to halt further progress and until recognition of community benefits has been completed. While we are excited for the ART program in our community, we must be mindful our future generations are not righting a wrong we perpetuated tonight. The proposed changes in the IMP have significant impacts on our neighborhood, and it is unacceptable that the community benefits do not match the impact for all the reasons that my colleague Bruce mentioned. this would not only Harvard University made a commitment to provide benefits and mitigate negative impacts when the original IMP was negotiated. However, times have changed, and that is why Harvard is coming forward to seek an amendment. And, we do ask that they renegotiate. This would not only show a willingness to share power, but also address the impact that their proposed changes will have on the North Allston community. We are deeply concerned that they have chosen to disregard our concerns and move forward without meaningful engagement. And mind you, there was engagement. However, our feedback went unheard, and it is clear that the community was merely consulted as a formality. The Harvard Allston Task Force requested a renegotiation that focuses on critical areas, including thriving civic and cultural life, affordability, and equitable economic development, health, wellness, and resilience. These are key concerns of the North Allston community, and it is vital that this consideration is taken. Again, we ask you to consider halting this and give us the opportunity to move forward. Thank you.
Sal Pinchera, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you for letting me speak. So I was born here in North Allston, and I have lived here my whole life. I've participated in the community, in the meetings, in Harvard meetings, in the local meetings. And I'm not a real artsy person, but you know what? I think it's great. I think driving by there and being able to see in and see the practice and everything, it's kind of like you're participating. And if I wanted to go there, I can. The housing behind it, I've heard so many times, asking for Harvard to build graduate housing and affiliate housing to take pressure off of the community. And now they're doing it, and there's no houses next to it. There's an open park. And I think from the view from the park, looking at the building is going to be great and have a good interaction. And I think from inside the building, looking at the park and the kids playing or the baseball or whatever is going on is going to be great for both sides. So I don't think everybody's always happy. The community benefits, there have already been community benefits, and now there's going to be more. You know what? I mean, it's never enough, really. There's always a list of things you would like, but I can't say anything bad about what they've done here. And the biggest thing for me, too, also, is that we have so many developers that come into our neighborhood and gobble up things, and then they sell it after it's permitted, or they sell it a few years later, or they keep it, you never see them again. Long after I'm gone, Harvard University is going to be here in my community, and they're going to be doing good things, and they're going to be interactions. And Harvard makes our community very diverse, and I feel inclusive in it, and I'm sure others do. So I'm all for it. I want to thank them for being a good neighbor.
Thank you, Sal. Phil Jones, you can unmute yourself.
Well, thanks very much to the chair and the committee tonight. I'm speaking in support of this project as both an Allston Brighton resident and someone who believes any chance to expand access to world-class theater in Boston is a chance worth taking. I've lived in Allston and Brighton since 2019, been in the Boston area for about 10 years. I don't pretend to speak for the residents that have put years, decades of time and effort into shaping the conversation with Harvard up to this point, but I've been here long enough to see Harvard really step up and make meaningful commitments in Lower Allston. The promise of a 25% IDP in their first phase of new housing that broke ground recently really showed me how serious they are about prioritizing Allston Brighton residents. And in the proposal on the table tonight, really glad to see Harvard taking responsibility for housing their affiliates and proposing a really substantial number of units in this. The proposal for relocating the American Repertory Theater is one as a resident I'm supportive of. As someone professionally connected to Boston's theater community, I'm delighted with it. I worked for 88.9 WVRS, where we broadcast performances from theater companies around New England. And ART, I think, is the most important theater institution in New England. It has the funds, the talent, the vision to produce works that change the theater landscape of the whole country. Shows developed at ART like Waitress and Jagged Little Pill have introduced new generations from around the country to the magic of live theater that's normally not super accessible. I can't understate the positive potential of being able to access that kind of performance in our backyard. And the proposal for an Alston Brighton access card just would be a huge benefit for local families. I think they'll fit right into Alston's existing network of performers and artists and really activate this space in a meaningful way. ART is mounting productions at a scale beyond their current space in Harvard Square, and Alston Brighton, I think, would be truly lucky to have them located here. Hope this project can be given all approvals to proceed.
Thank you. Jacob DeBlacourt, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Hi, good evening. My name is Jacob DeBlacourt. I'm a resident living in Alston. I wanted to come by to voice my support for the Harvard-Alston Task Force and to encourage Harvard and the BPDA to come together to create an opportunity for the neighborhood to renegotiate its terms as it relates to the community agreement. The neighborhood needs and deserves the opportunity to ask our largest landowner for more, which is justified, including increasing their contribution to a housing trust so that this development can directly benefit Harvard affiliates and existing Alston Brighton residents. Harvard University and the Harvard-Alston Task Force have worked collaboratively in the past to ensure that new development in the neighborhood meets the needs of our community, and I hope that this partnership will continue as they begin to renegotiate their terms with the institutional master plan. We should have the opportunity as a neighborhood to negotiate our terms with that as well they are. As members of the BPDA board, you hold the power to ensure a thriving, inclusive, and sustainable future for our neighborhood. So I really hope that you will be intentional and create space for this to happen because it's really important that we are working with Harvard to not just create new development, but also create new opportunities for us as a neighborhood to ask and demand for more. So thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Chaton Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Chaton, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chaton Green. I'm a lifelong Boston resident and the business agent for the Boston Building Trade Unions. I want to thank the BPDA for facilitating these important public meetings and also to say thank you for listening to the community voice. I want to thank Harvard for being a great partner with the Boston Building Trade Unions, and I want to acknowledge the planning and dedication that goes into making this a great project. This will be an all-union job with a project labor agreement, ensuring that the highest worker, community, and environmental standards are met. The Boston Building Trades Union represent over 35,000 union members with thousands of members who reside and work right here in our city. So any chance for residents to work where they live is a huge plus in so many ways. We know union careers without a doubt help build strong communities with great wages, healthcare, and retirement benefits that are needed for residents to stay in our communities and to raise a family. Union sites are also the safest sites because we invest over $65 million in training and education through our apprenticeship programs and pre-apprenticeship programs. So it's important to know that institutions like Harvard keep people working in good times and also in not so good times. They're a lifeline for Boston. I see Boston College was also on here tonight, and they're another example of great partner, putting people to work in Boston. So it's pretty clear. We are here in full support of Harvard's master plan, and I just want to say thank you. Enjoy the night.
Thanks, Chaton. Is there anybody else who would like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Edward, you can unmute yourself.
My name's Edward Cartamori. I am a member of the Alston Task Force dealing with the constructive mitigation between Harvard and the community. And I am very concerned at this point, along with my colleagues, about the benefits that were given to us but not taken to full consideration by Harvard. This bothers me because this has been repeated over the number of years that I have been involved with Harvard. It seems as though they will say something, they will agree that they will do something about it, but in the end, unfortunately, it's never done once their projects are approved. All we are asking for, and I don't think it is unreasonable, that Harvard sit down with us and renegotiate the process that we had requested, and we come to an agreement of the benefits that we should receive. And once this is achieved, that we then go forward and you, the board, approve it. But at this point, I must admit that I know that you as board members have the power to help us in this endeavor. In the past, they have moved it forward, and as I said, it had never been resolved. So I am asking the board to hold back approval or non-approval of this project until such time as Harvard and the task force and the community can come to reasonable terms and agreements. At this point, I cannot approve this project until this is done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. Is there anybody else who would like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this meeting, of this item.
Great, thank you, Secretary Polhemus, and thank you to everyone who came to testify today and everyone who provided comments and feedback and attended all the community meetings. We really appreciate your input. So as it's a public hearing, developer, you do have 5 to 10 minutes of rebuttal if you so desire, or we can jump into board questions and comments. So would you like a rebuttal period, or do you want to move?
Woman Rojas, and forgive my internet connection here in Austin, which is sort of chugging along. Having heard now from 3 members of our task force in the topic of benefits and the interrelation between Harvard benefits and the approved 2013 IMP being raised 3 times, I want to just address that component. A major project at this site was approved in Harvard's 2013 IMP, along with a number of other projects, some of which have not been proposed and have stayed in planning, and some of which have been proposed and successfully constructed and completed. We are at the tail end of our 10-year IMP, and in the immediate weeks and months ahead, across the next year, we will be renewing and seeking a renewal of our IMP for a new 10-year term. But the fact is that this project, a project very largely similar to it, is approved in Harvard's 2013 IMP. And we have a cooperation agreement dated July 2014 that is a wrapper and covers all of those projects. 10 years of benefits for 10 years of projects. We have millions and millions of dollars of benefits that we agreed with the task force shouldn't wait for projects to be proposed, but rather should be deployed immediately in order that there wasn't a holdup and we didn't have to wait to begin a much deeper benefit relationship and a much higher expense on benefits to support Harvard's 10-year IMP. Over $5 million for public realm projects, $3 million to encourage home ownership in North Allston, Brighton. In the Harvard Ed portal, probably the jewel of our benefits approach, because we constructed and we expanded into a whole new building and dramatically overhauled and grew our programming to meet all sorts of different needs and all sorts of programming areas. So we have successfully deployed those benefits continuously for nearly 10 years now. And our approach to benefits on this project had to do with the change in use. And I can tell you that every piece of feedback I've heard on the introduction of the ART Center for Creativity and Performance has been one of excitement and has been enthusiastic. And we have been able to agree to a great list of new programmatic benefits. But as it relates to the impacts, and there are impacts emanating from this project on the transportation network, on the adjacent park, we sought to mitigate those benefits in advance with the approval of the 2013 INP and the associated cooperation agreement tied to the HIP there. We are right around the corner from a new discussion about a 10-year INP renewal. And we're very much looking forward to the task force's feedback on that. And it will be a long process where we will be having these discussions. But that has been the statement on this project. And we hope that our proposed approach, which was agreed to, which was 10 years of projects associated with 10 years of benefits, will stand up here.
Okay, thank you for providing that. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, I just as a comment to your rebuttal, I think from my personal perspective, I do think that we are right around the corner from a renegotiation of that benefit package for the next 10 years or so of IMP. So that is again just really helpful to know. And should this get approved, or just in general, expect, and as you have done in the past, of continuing to work with the community on that benefits package and everything. So, and I guess just lastly, I too am excited about the possible addition of ART into the Boston fabric of arts and culture. Kudos to Executive Director Dinkins and the Artistic Director Paulus as well. Your programming is very much aligned with values of Boston, of this neighborhood, and I personally enjoy it and see just the really progressive and meaningful contributions that you make to the wider artistic community and to here in Boston. So,
for the chair, I'd like to make more of a comment. In Boston, we're very fortunate to have great colleges, great hospitals, great institutions. But one point that I did hear, one from one of your team members and also from one of the residents, is that it will be freeing up housing for local people in that neighborhood as well. I'm familiar with the area as well, and I know a lot of residents for many years in those areas have always felt like the college students, I know these are college grads, but have kind of intruded on the neighborhood and made it hard for you to raise a family in that. So I think more housing through the colleges helps out the neighborhood so people can raise a family on the other side of the neighborhood and things like that. So just want to compliment you on that.
And I would just add that I think that all of our universities have an obligation to address the housing needs, particularly for emerging professionals who are associated with the colleges and universities, for graduate students and for faculty who would want to teach at our universities. And I think this proposal accommodates that and begins to move forward. It's also my recollection that we have in recent years dispersed some fairly significant contributions from the university to community groups, and that the planning processes that Harvard has invested in have also led to other planning changes in the area that have been beneficial to the city. The fact that the university is going to be looking at a new IMP process provides an opportunity for the community people and folks who have been part of the community groups to leverage the development of a new interactive process with the university. And I would expect that the university would continue the kind of engagement with community people that it has engaged with up to now.
Thank you, Dr. Landsmark. Do we have any additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations, good luck, and we'll see you soon. Okay, great. Great, let's see. Let's go back. So we're going to go back. That was the end of our public hearings. So we are going to backtrack to item number 22. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 40 residential rental units, including 7 IDP units, 1,600 square feet of retail space, 20 car parking spaces, and 48 bicycle parking spaces located at 1188 Bennington Street, and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board again. The proposal before you is Article 80 Small Project at 1188 Bennington Street in East Boston. The proposed project consists of two new 5-story mixed-use buildings that will contain 40 rental units, just over 2,000 square feet of ground floor retail space, 7 IDP units at 17.5% of the project. The project will also deliver 18 off-street parking spaces and 60 bike spaces for residents. Furthermore, the BPDA held 2 public meetings for this project in May 2023 and November of 2023, which were well attended and advertised in the local newspaper. Now we'll turn it over to Christina Rico from the BPDA Planning to discuss the planning context before Richie and Nick from the development team begin the presentation. Lastly, I want to say thank you to the members of the public, elected officials, and city agencies who helped review the 1188 Bennington Street proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Good evening, Chair Rojas, esteemed members of the board, Director Jemison, and Madam Secretary. I am pleased to join you again this evening to share with you the planning context that informed BPDA staff review of the proposed project. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located in the Saratoga Street Economic Development Area subdistrict of the East Boston Neighborhood District and is located in the study area of Plan East Boston, active long-range neighborhood planning initiative. The proposed project site is within a quarter mile of the Suffolk Downs MBTA Blue Line station and is within comfortable walking distance to retail amenities in Orient Heights Square, and as such is well suited for transit-oriented residential development. Next slide. The proposed project exceeds what is contemplated by existing zoning, which forbids all residential uses, limits allowed FAR to 2.0, and limits maximum building height to 35 feet. Draft zoning contemplated by Plan East Boston would preserve the existing limit on FAR, increase the allowed building height to 5 stories, and allow several residential uses, including multifamily dwelling. Staff review focused primarily on adjustments to building massing in an effort to reduce the impact of building length as it appears on Bennington Street, and given the challenging geometry of the site, the configuration of off-street parking, and the creation of active ground floor uses wherever feasible. Next slide, please. The proposed project would contribute new publicly accessible open space and needed public realm improvements that include right-sizing the intersection of Bennington Street, Layden Street, and Wally Street as envisioned by Plan East Boston. And with that, I am pleased to turn it over to the proponent team for a more detailed presentation.
Thank you, Tyler and Christina. Good evening, Chair Rojas, members of the board. Secretary Palamas and Director Jemison. I'm Richard Linz, an attorney with the business address of 245 Sumner Street in East Boston and counsel for the project proponent. I am pleased to be before the board this evening on behalf of GVW Inc., which is the owner and developer of the property at 1188 Bennington Street, located in the Orient Heights section of East Boston. I will quickly just add some context to Christina and Tyler's comments. As we can see from the slide here, the subject site is about 22,000 square feet with over 400 feet of frontage along Bennington Street, which serves as the main north to south artery for the East Boston community. Because the site abuts the MBTA's Blue Line right-of-way and is located less than 200 yards to the entrance to the Suffolk Downs MBTA station, we feel this site presents an excellent opportunity to create additional housing where residents will have easy access to rapid transit service with access to the airport downtown in the North Shore. In addition, I would point out this site is located within a short walk to a valuable community resource consisting of about 350 acres of open space, and that's located at the Belle Isle Reservation right across the street. It is one of the largest salt marshes in the Boston area, and it offers plenty of outdoor recreational opportunities to area residents. This site will also have relatively quick pedestrian access to many of the future amenities being proposed as part of HYM's redevelopment of Suffolk Downs. Could you jump to the next slide, please? So what we're seeing here is the existing industrial building, which is presently on the site, and it's served as the headquarters for GVW for more than 25 years. GVW is a union contractor, completed numerous projects here in the city of Boston. Most recently, East Boston Senior Center, located right in Orient Heights. In connection with this project, the existing building will be demolished, and GVW will be relocating its operations to a new site. The existing building will be replaced with two buildings containing a total of 40 units, 2 ground level retail spaces, representing over $13 million of construction investment. The residential units will include a mix of studio, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. 7 of those units will be restricted under the city's inclusionary development policy, as Tyler had mentioned. The project also includes 18 parking spaces, enclosed storage for bikes, and fitness facilities. Next slide, please. At this time, I'm going to turn over to Nick Landry, who's our project architect. He'll provide a brief overview of our site plan and the overall building design, and I'm happy to answer any questions after Nick's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Nick Landry from DRT, we're the architects on the project. I'll walk us through the ground floor plan and then step through the elevations and finish up with some exterior renderings. The plan on the top of the page here, Bennington Street is at the bottom of the plan. You can see we're proposing to add some landscaping in between the street and the sidewalk, and then also again between the sidewalk and the building. We've broken the project into 2 buildings separated by about 50 feet of open space that'll be another landscaped area. The building on the left-hand side will house 22 units, and the building on the right-hand side will have 18 units. As was mentioned previously, there's bike storage at the ground level, parking at the rear of the building, and then retail and amenity space along the street. The entries for both of the main entries for both of the residential components of the building will be off the landscaped area in between the 2 buildings. There's a curb cut all the way to the right that's going to lead to the parking behind the building. And as was mentioned before, we have a total of 18 parking spots. You want to go to the next plan, the elevations? So you can see here the building on the left steps up as you move down Bennington Street, kind of steps up and back, kind of to mimic the hill that's behind us, and then it steps back down. So it goes up to a total of 6 stories, steps back down to 5, a total of 65 feet. And there's a 50-foot gap, and then in the second building to the right has a total height of about 54 feet, and it's about 4 stories. And that kind of starts to mimic more of a pattern of the neighborhood beyond. And toward the bottom of the sheets, you can see there's a plan showing, rendering kind of showing the entryways of each of the buildings. So the breakdown of the units, we have, as was mentioned, we have 40 residential units, 4 studios, 18 1-beds, 15 2-beds, and 3 3-beds. Go to the next slide. Here this is a bird's eye view, kind of looking back down Bennington Street toward the Suffolk Downs T station. You can see that as the building to the left kind of steps up, we've created some outdoor space and amenity space for the tenants. And we've also, the facade here, it kind of angles out to create balconies and to give each one of the units a view. The view kind of coming back toward us on the screen is the view of Boston. So that kind of helps to give all the units a view. And you can see we're using materials that try to mimic some of the surrounding buildings. We've got a material that kind of looks like a cedar clap or a cedar shape. And then you can see that landscape area in the middle, and then all the new landscaping that's all down along Bennington. I think that's it. If there's anything, I'll give it back to Richard.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, I believe that's the end of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions of the board.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I have one question out of curiosity. That site being GBW, are they gonna manage that project or?
Yeah, they're self-performing that through the chair. That's it's going to be built by GBW.
Okay, great. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Cool project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great Thanksgiving.
You too. Okay, item number 23. Request authorization for the Director of the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as Boston Planning and Development Agency to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction in connection with the proposed development located at 96 through 98 Prince Street and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Jemison, Secretary Polhemus, and members of the board. Again, I'm Caitlin Coppinger, Deputy Director of Comprehensive Planning. Tonight, I'm here to request your vote on an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction for the proposed development at 96 to 98 Prince Street in the North End. This development proposes to build 14 residential units with a unit mix of 8 studio units, 1 one-bedroom unit, and 5 two-bedroom units. While this project didn't trigger Article 80 due to its size, it does fall under the inclusionary development policy. Therefore, the vote in front of you tonight will allow the agency to enter into an agreement to restrict 2 of these units under the inclusionary development program at 70% AMI. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? Mr. Shepherd? Okay, maybe technical difficulties, and the chair votes aye. We have quorum, motion passes. Okay, item number 24. Request authorization for the Director of the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency to enter into an affordable housing agreement in connection with the proposed development located at 602 Canterbury Street and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Thank you for your continued time tonight, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, I'm Caitlin Coppinger, Deputy Director of Comprehensive Planning. Tonight, I'm here to request your vote on an affordable housing agreement for the proposed development at 602 Canterbury Street in Roslindale. This board previously approved the agency to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction on this project, but the developer informed the BPDA due to financing issues that they will be changing their project from rental units to homeownership units, therefore needing to change the agreement that this agency enters into to restrict these units. For your recollection, the project will create 14 units, all of which are 2-bedroom units. The project was not large enough to trigger Article 80, but is large enough to fall under the inclusionary development policy. The vote before you tonight allows the agency to enter into an agreement to now restrict the 2 home ownership units with 1 unit at 80% AMI and 1 unit at 100% AMI. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks. Okay. Item number 25. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 26 residential home ownership units, including 4 IDP home ownership units, up to 15 car parking spaces and 32 bicycle parking spaces located at 24 through 34 Notre Dame Street, and to take all related actions. Camille.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. My name is Camille Platt again, and I'm a project manager within Development Review. The proposed project before you is an Article 80 small project located at 24 to 34 Notre Dame Street in Roxbury. The proposed project comprises the demolition of the existing structure occupying the project site and the construction of an approximately 28,357 gross square footage residential building that will include 26 home ownership units, including 4 IDP units and up to 15 off-street vehicle parking spaces located in a garage. The proposed project will also include a bicycle storage room with 26 spaces for residents and 6 exterior bike storage spaces. On July 31st of 2023, the BPDA received a small project review application from the proponent. The BPDA hosted a virtual public meeting on August 21st of that same year. The public meetings were advertised in the local newspaper and a notice was posted on the BPDA's calendar. The comment period ended on August 31st of 2023. I will now turn it over to Eileen Michaud to cover the planning context before Joe Hanley, attorney from the development team, begins the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Eileen Michaud, and I'm the BPDA planner assigned to this project. Next slide, please. The proposed 26-unit condo project at 24 to 34 Notre Dame Street is in Roxbury is within a multifamily residential subdistrict of Article 50, the Roxbury Neighborhood District. The character of Notre Dame Street is primarily low scale and low density, lined by 2.5 to 3-story residences with small yards and a community garden across the street from the project site. Notre Dame Street is within walking distance of several neighborhood amenities in Eggleston Square, such as a pharmacy, banks, small grocers, salons, and the Eggleston YMCA. It is located half a mile from the Stony Brook Orange Line station and 1 block from a bus route on Washington Street, with service to Nubian Square to the north and the Arnold Arboretum to the south. The proposed multifamily project is therefore supportive of Housing Boston 2030 and the newly released Squares and Streets goals of citing denser residential development close to transit and existing neighborhood amenities. Next slide, please. The proposed project height of 5 stories with a density of 2.38 is moderately greater than the requirements for an MFR district. As mentioned, however, the project is supportive of the transit and amenity-oriented goals of Housing Boston 2030 and Squares and Streets. On-site improvements include sidewalk upgrades and at least 3 new street trees along the project frontage, a 14-foot planted front yard setback, and over 5,500 square feet of at-grade and elevated outdoor space that mitigates the proposed height and reflects the low-density character of Notre Dame Street. After board approval and subsequent zoning board of appeal approval of the required zoning relief, the project will continue design review with BPDA staff. Thank you, and I'll now turn it over to the proponent team for their presentation.
Thank you, Eileen. Thank you, Camille. Attorney Nick Zazula, Madam Chair, pinch hitting tonight for Attorney Joe Hanley. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Madam Secretary. Again, Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller, zoning and permitting attorneys for the project. With me today is Tava Sori Moses, who is the project developer from Notre Dame Development, LLC. He is a local developer with experience in the city of Boston. He's a minority-owned business, MBE operator and builder, and he's a longtime city resident, Jamaica Plain. With me as well is Will Chalfant from KDI Architects, who's the project architect. We'd like to thank the BPDA staff, Scott, Camille, Eileen, and everyone for their valuable time and input on the project. We'd also like to thank Senator Liz Miranda for her written support of the project as well. What you'll see tonight is a project that is designed and scaled to help complement its location here. As Eileen mentioned, we're an allowable use in an MFR zoning subdistrict. We are proposing 26 home ownership units with on-site parking that exceeds the IDP, with approximately 15.5% of its total units as IDP units, but 17% of its square footage as IDP square footage, because we are including a voluntary extra 3-bedroom unit. So the IDP units are a 1-bed, a 2-bed, and a 3-bedroom unit. With that, I will, a brief preview and background as well, I will toss it over to Will, who will very quickly go over our plans and present them to you all tonight. Next slide, please, and Will, over to you.
Great, thank you, Nick, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's been a long evening. I appreciate your appearances. So just quick to locate everyone, the proposed project is located between Washington Street and Columbus Ave. As Eileen mentioned, we're about a half-mile walk to Jackson Square Station and Stony Brook Station, as well as numerous public transit, bus options rather, on both Columbus and Washington. Next slide, please. So the current lot is going to be an assemblage of four lots totaling 11,900 square feet. The lot is currently vacant and not, and obviously therefore not inhabited. So these are some aerial views from different perspectives, just showing that right now. Next slide, please. So again, just some more context as to what the existing lot looks like. Former single-family home that has long since been abandoned, as well as some open space adjacent to it. I'd just like to point out that we are abutted on either side by Notre Dame Street, and on the rear is a public alley, which I'll get into later, as we are utilizing that to access the garage. Next slide, please. Just some further context, as Eileen mentioned, predominantly along Notre Dame Street are single and two-family, some three-family buildings, but then in the greater area there are some larger buildings, just to give some vernacular to the architecture that we're about to see. Obviously predominantly masonry in this part of the city, and so we wanted to carry that through to this development. Next slide, please. So just as part of this process, I know we've already touched on this, but we have worked with the BPDA staff to improve the public realm. We're providing currently the sidewalk along this street is just an asphalt patch. We're expanding that into a 10-foot sidewalk along the front of the project with new street trees. We have met with local community groups to discuss relocation of some of the elements along the ground floor and to hear their concerns and their input, as well as BPDA design staff to work on the design in the exterior, as well as providing new home ownership opportunities for local residents. Next slide, please. Very quickly, here are the four lots, and that orange line there just demonstrates where our site is. So next slide, please. So I apologize for the graphics. They appear to be a bit pixelated, but this is the ground floor plan. Obviously the building is the red box here, as it were. You can see the expanded sidewalk along the bottom of the page along Notre Dame Street. The garage entry to the north will be accessed off the alley. And we obviously have a resident bike room containing 26 bike racks, mail package room, as well as a proposed Amazon hub station within the lobby space. We have relocated the trash down away from resident services towards the left-hand side here, with a dedicated access point directly on Notre Dame Street. Next slide, please. So very quickly, the landscape plan just showing that we are providing a hardy green buffer between the sidewalk and the building, being that the majority of the first floor is comprised of parking. We are cognizant of trying to shield that parking. It is enclosed, it is not open air, but there will be some ventilation required for that, but we are proposing also green screens around the entire perimeter of the building, which will then grow creeping style plants to help soften that edge along the street. Next slide, please. So just to give some context to the elevation here, Washington Street obviously to the right, the top of to the right of the screen, the existing buildings, the rear alley that we'll be utilizing to get into the garage, and then Notre Dame Street to the far left. There is quite a topography difference here, so we feel that the height fits in well considering the direct abutting buildings. Next slide, please. So again, just the front elevation, you can see the green screens to the bottom of the elevation. The intention here is to use materials that are very familiar and commonplace in and around Roxbury and Boston, brick, some paneling and some wood cedar to warmth up those bays, trying to create a series of bays along the front as well as the balconies to break up the facade. And we've stepped back that 5th floor 10 feet on all sides, which works out to about a 22-foot setback from the street. So the building really is perceived as a 4-story structure rather than 5. And then the resident lobby, obviously on the bottom right corner, which is recessed, providing protection from the elements as well as providing a seating bench for residents to hang out and wait for ride share, food delivery, etc. Next slide, please. So again, just the back alley elevation, very similar to the front, same partie of bays and outdoor space. Just like to point out that every unit in this building does have private outdoor space. We are also providing a common roof deck for residents to enjoy. Next slide. So here's a rendering perspective of the street. Obviously, in general, this is read as a 4-story building. You can see the 5th floor peeking up in the background there. This is the existing abutting property, which has a nice large green space. So while it's not ours, we plan on looking down on it and enjoying that, as well as the community garden across the street. Next slide, please. So here's an aerial of the proposed project. This gives you a better idea of the private outdoor spaces on that top floor that are created. That large pergola is over, and trellis is over the community roof deck. So that's adjacent and off of a community room for residents to enjoy. The programming on that is not yet to be determined. It could be, you know, just a lounge space, maybe some work from home style cubicles, but it's a nice space elevated off the street that residents can enjoy, and this shows its relationship to its abutting properties. Next slide, please. And then lastly, just a close-up view, give you a better idea of the materials that we're proposing to use and the additional landscaping and public bike racks that we're providing. And with that, I will kick it to the board for any questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? I guess I just have one question. We received some comments from the Eggleston Square Neighborhood Association, and more regarding the, I guess, some impacts specifically on infrastructure like sewage and drainage and stuff like that. So just wanted to get a quick comment on that, just to get some context.
Sure.
Yeah, I can handle that, Will.
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we have had meetings with Eggleston Square. They've been very active, as has Garrison Trotter. We are not within either of their kind of catchment areas, so to speak, for their neighbor groups, but value their input on the project. And that has come up. We're doing our best to address what we can. We know that we've heard that flooding and, water issues and infrastructure issues on Notre Dame Street are a potential issue. I think what we're hoping is that we're going to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Frankly, any infrastructure that the project would upgrade or create here would be a big improvement, we think, and would help combat the current issues. These are empty lots, and although they do provide some relief from rain, there's no infrastructure under them. So the drainage the project is installing, we would suggest is actually going to be an improvement towards preventing flooding and things of that nature. All stormwater will be dealt with on our site. No water will be shed to the abutting properties. We're going to have groundwater infiltration galleys, which will be used along with other methods that we're hoping will contain runoff within the site. So, it's a vacant lot now for the most part. That doesn't necessarily control stormwater better than an engineered site, with upgraded and modern infiltration and containment methods. So definitely, the existing infrastructure underneath the site will be upgraded for the project. This may include things like sewer lines, et cetera. But obviously the developer is going to work with Boston Water and Sewer, with the Public Improvement Commission to upgrade the system as needed to provide for our development. And if that upgrade is, extended to the rest of the street and abutters, that will be something we'll work with Boston Water and Sewer on. It's not really our decision to go past our property, but, I think we're hoping to, again, be part of the solution here, not part of the problem. And I think, we're going to take steps as a modern development to help handle those issues on our side at least, so.
Great. And I, expect you're still going to be in contact going forward as we work all of those details out with the various neighborhood associations. So,
absolutely.
You can kind of work with them on all of that. Okay, that was the only question I had. Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? Mr. Shepherd? No, I think, okay, sorry. There must be something. And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, item number 26. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to section 80B large project review of the zoning code for the proposed construction of 55 residential rental units, including 9 IDP rental units, up to 55 car parking spaces and up to 71 bicycle parking spaces, located at 1208C Veterans of Foreign Wars Parkway, and to take all related actions. Stephen. Stephen, are you on mute, or did I get the wrong person?
No, it's Stephen. You want to go to the next one and we'll come back?
Yeah, so he might have.
Actually, he has both of them, so it's not going to help us.
Let's okay, skip to 20 or 30.
To 30, yep.
30. Okay. 30. Request authorization to disperse grants totaling $390,000 across 22 community organizations located in South Boston and drawing said disbursement from fund contributions made by the Summer Street Hotel, SOK, 20 West 5th Street, 200 through 204 Old Colony Avenue, and 765 3rd Street projects, and to take all related actions. Aaron.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Paulimus, and Director Jemison. The BPDA board approved the Parcel K project on December 15, 2016, Summer Street Hotel, December 14th of 2017, 20 West 5th Street in January of 2018, and 204 Old Colony in July of 2018, and the 765 East 3rd Street project on 13th of August 2020. The proponents of these various projects made community benefit contributions per the respective Article 8 documents executed between the BPDA and each of the proponents respectively. The BPDA, through elected officials and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services and Intergovernmental Relations, notified various community organizations about the availability of the community benefits funds from the aforementioned South Boston development projects. The BPDA notified organizations and publicized the availability of community benefits funds from these projects using the BPDA website and social media accounts. The funds are made available through the notification to organizations and application process open to all. 26 organizations applied for these funds this past round. A variety of factors are used by the review committee when scoring applications, including organizational background, experience in the neighborhood, expected outcomes of the program or project, etc. The BPDA staff reviewed applications of 26 organizations, and we have selected the 22 that you can look over in the board memo. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions or answer any other points that you may have. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Aaron. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. I will go ahead, should I go ahead and do the other disbursements?
No, we can go back.
Okay, let's go back. Okay, I'll go ahead and reread item number 26, just to get me back on track. Okay. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to section 80B, large project review of the zoning code for the proposed construction of 55 residential rental units, including 9 IDP rental units, up to 55 car parking spaces, and up to 71 bicycle parking spaces, located at 1208 C Veterans of Foreign Wars Parkway, and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jameson. My name is Stephen Harvey. I am a senior project manager at the BPDA, and I want to thank you for your time today. The proposal I bring before you today is 1208C VFW Parkway, located in West Roxbury. On February 13, 2023, the Boston Planning and Development Agency received a letter of intent from the proponent. On May 11, 2023, we received the project notification form for the proposal. The proposal proposes to demolish the existing office building and construct a new 5-story residential building on the site. If approved, the new building will contain 55 units and 55 surface parking spaces. The proposal will also have 9 affordable units on site. I held a virtual IAG meeting and a virtual public meeting and a joint IAG public meeting for the proposal. Both virtual public meetings were advertised in the local paper and via email. The comment period for the project ended on June 16th, 2023. With that said, I would like to now pass it over to my planning colleague, Eileen. Eileen will touch on the resources guiding staff review for the proposed project and key considerations. Once Eileen runs through the planning context slide, Thomas Maestro, the project architect, will present the proposal. Once the presentation is complete, Tom, Eileen, and I will answer any questions put forward by the board. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Eileen, and I will present the planning and zoning context for the proposed project. I won't say next slide. There's a bit of a technical snafu, so I don't have slides today, but I'll do my best to paint a picture with words. So the proposed 55-unit multifamily residential project is at 1208C VFW Parkway in West Roxbury, and it's within a community commercial subdistrict within Article 56, the West Roxbury Neighborhood District. The project site is the most recent multifamily residential development proposal in the last 5 years, many of which have been completed within the boundaries of Baker Street to the east, the MBTA right-of-way to the north, and Charles Park Road to the south. The proposed project will also require Parks Commission review and coordination with the MBTA due to the site's proximity to the MBTA right-of-way. Importantly, the review process for this project and nearby projects has revealed a need for comprehensive planning in this rapidly developing part of West Roxbury. In summary, the proposed project is largely zoning compliant, anticipating relief for a modest increase in height beyond zoning maximums. Additionally, future planning work to address land uses, transit access, street connections, and public realm would be beneficial in guiding a balanced and equitable approach to growth in this area that supports city policies and planning goals. After board approval and subsequent zoning board of appeal approval of the required zoning relief, ongoing coordination with the MBTA, the proposed project will continue design review. Thank you, and I'll now turn it over to the development team.
Tom, you can go ahead. We can't hear you.
Yeah, we can see you, Tom.
How about now?
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Good. Good evening, board members. My name is Thomas Maestros. I am representing 705 Plantation Street Realty Trust, who is proposing the redevelopment of their current building. It's a 30,000 square foot commercial building at 1208C VFW Parkway in West Roxbury. I am both the architect representing Stone & Incorporated and also the Article 80 manager. Also with us tonight is Richard Olstein, the project proponent. As you can see from the site, the proposed development is approximately 50,000 square foot site that sits adjacent to the medium branch of the MBTA rail. It is which is to the north. To the east is Baker Street. To the south is a balance of the original 270 Baker Street, which has been recently developed for 60 units of housing by BPDA Brick Housing, and is titled the Residence off Baker. It is about to be, occupancy, construction is completed and occupancy is ongoing. Just to the south of that is the Garden Street neighborhood. And to the west is 1208B VFW, which is a multi-use building, originally all commercial, but now been converted to residential use as well. Next slide, please. Here's a bird's eye view, also from this, looking from the west. As you can see, we also abut the Savers parking lot that's on VFW, and you can see the existing 3-story brick commercial building, 30,000 square foot commercial building. It's on the site. Next slide, please. A couple of context slides. The slide on the left shows you the existing Provo 8C commercial building. The slide on the right shows you a partial image of the recently completed residence off Baker Street. The image on the right is a view up Baker Street that shows you the residence off Baker Street in the foreground, and our site is just beyond this site. Next slide, please. An image of the courtyard that's been created by the residence off Baker Street, and it'll be an important facet that we'll show you in the ongoing slides. Also, part of the previous project, the residence off Baker, is improvements to Simbroco Street, which is the slide on the right, providing pedestrian access back to Gardner Street and a crossover to the development. Next slide, please. A site plan of the project you see to the south, in the bottom of the page, the BPDA Brick project. Our site is outlined in red. You'll see you have approximately 62,000 square foot residential building, primarily 4 stories with a story to the 5th story element that sets back from the street. You can see we have, as I mentioned, a courtyard. It's the courtyard area that's provided by BPDA Brick is expanded by our courtyard, creating a very generous common open space. To the right, left is our improved parking area. It's primarily an existing parking lot that was improved by as part of the BPDA Brick project, but we have expanded the tree plantings and provided charging stations as well as some additional handicap parking. To the far right of the project, you can see an important feature to the site, which is to provide an accessible route, both stairs and ramp, to get from our site up to Baker Street, which sits an average of 17 to 24 feet above the project site. Next slide, please. First floor plan, note again. Back up one, please. First floor plan shows you entrance at lobby, which is just off of the parking lot. Also shows a drop-off zone that's being provided for ease of drop-off and pickup of patrons, of residents. We also provide a bike storage on the first floor with a 1-to-1 ratio. Next slide, please. This is the 5th floor plan, which shows a reduced footprint, having some setbacks so that the massing of the 5th floor element is not as prominent. Also provides the opportunity for some green roof and potentially used for additional open space for the residents of the building. Next slide, please. Just a quick note, the project program is for 55 units, and as was noted, it provides 9 IDP units, which is a 75% ratio, which exceeds the current standards. The program is made up of 14 one-bedroom, 36 two-bedroom, and 5 three-bedroom units. You can see here the view of the project elevation from the courtyard. Looking to the north, the project will be clad in fiber cement paneling, as fiber cement siding with fiber cement paneling for the bays. You can see we use bay elements to help break up the facade as well as the setback on the upper floor. Also to the far right, you can see images of how the ramping would be handled to get from the courtyard level up to Baker Street. It'll be a combination of at-grade and also above-grade ramping elements. Next slide, please. Here you can see the building in context with the residents off Baker Street. Next slide, please. Here you can see a blow-up of a close-up view of how the handicap access would be handled, accessible ramp and stairs. We just recently, at the request of BPDA, have also added the stairs, so we assume it'll be an at-grade ramp that's shown in gray, and then transition into a wooden metal structure that will allow for both, as we said, pedestrians to use a stair and accessible connection via the ramp structure. Next slide, please. And this is, I think, the closing image that we have that shows you an image from the pedestrian easement that cuts through the site and shows where our entrance is in relation to the parking. Trees have been removed from this image to give a better sense of how the project would actually would look, not being screened by the additional trees that will be provided in the parking area. I think that's our last slide. Oh, one more slide. So this shows our view of the improved courtyard, and with the neighborhood courtyard segments off to the right, we have responded to comments made by the strong commission that requested additional seating. There's also going to be considered a potential covered structure that would help provide additional space for the seniors during the potentially inclement weather. Next slide. And just an overall view again of how the open space would be aggregated to create a much more generous and accessible space. I believe that concludes our presentation.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments from the board?
I'm just curious, is the office space, the office building vacant now?
The office building space is not vacant, but the proponent has been working with the current tenants are all informed of the ongoing plans, mitigation measures, and agreements have been entered into to make sure that there is no short notice of when as the plans move forward, and relocation assistance is being provided as best as possible to make sure none of the businesses are compromised.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
We'll call for a vote. Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you so much, good luck. It's great project.
Hope your evening isn't too much longer.
Oh, just a little bit. Okay, item number 27. I think this is our last development portion. So here we go. Request authorization to issue a scope and determination waiving further review pursuant to Section 80B, Large Project Review of the Zoning Code, for the proposed construction of 121 residential rental units, including 20 IDP rental units, 91 car parking spaces, and 149 bicycle parking spaces located at 100 Charles Park Road, and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jameson. My name is Stephen Harvey. I'm a Senior Project Manager at the BPDA. And again, I want to thank you for your time today. The proposal I bring before you today is 100 Charles Park Road, located in West Roxbury. On November 18, 2021, the Boston Planning and Development Agency received a letter of intent from the proponent. On March 28, 2023, we received the project notification form for the proposal. The proposal proposes to construct 2 new 5-story residential buildings. The 2 buildings together will contain 121 units, 91 parking spaces, and 124 bike parking spaces. The proposal will also have 20 affordable units on site. I held a virtual IAG meeting, a virtual public meeting, and again, a joint IAG public meeting for the proposal. Both virtual public meetings were advertised in the local paper and via email. The comment period for this project ended on June 2nd, 2023. I would now like to pass it over to Senior Planner Christina Rico. Christina will touch on the resources guiding staff review of the proposed project and key considerations. Once Christina completes her slides, Jeff Jago, the project attorney, and Dennis Greenwood, the project architect, will then run through the project presentation. Once the presentation is complete, Jeff, Dennis, Christina, and I will answer any questions put forward by the board. And again, thank you once again for your time today.
Thank you, Stephen. Next slide, please. Good evening, Chair Rojas, esteemed members of the board, Director Jemison, and Madam Secretary. I'm pleased to join you this evening to share with you the planning context that informed BPDA staff review of the proposed project. The proposed project site is located in a community commercial subdistrict of the West Roxbury Neighborhood District, governed by Article 56 of the Zoning Code. The proposed project site is immediately adjacent to bus stop 36 and is approximately 1 mile or a 20-minute walk from West Roxbury Station, serviced by the MBTA Needham Line. The proposed project site is close to several retail amenities along VFW Parkway and Spring Street. Low-density commercial uses and vast surface parking lots dominate the area, though other recently constructed mid-rise residential uses, primarily concentrated in the blocks defined by the VFW Parkway, Rivermore Street, and Charles Park Road, contribute to an evolving context. Next slide, please. Staff review focused primarily on adjustments to building massing in an effort to reduce the impact of building length as it appears along Gardner Street, and given the challenging geometry of the site, the configuration of off-street parking, and the creation of active ground floor uses wherever feasible. The proposed project would contribute newly publicly accessible open space and needed public realm improvements along Gardner Street and Charles Park Road and their intersection with Rivermore Street. With that, I am pleased to turn it over to the proponent team for a more detailed presentation.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimis. I'm Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street. You will hear from Dennis Greenwood from Sousa Design on the plans in a few slides. Just by way of context, what you're looking at is an aerial view of the project site. This particular project falls over 4 parcels, one of the largest lots when combined in this area at 46,658 square feet. This is a former commercial site, and as you can see, it's all hot top parking, surface parking, and then the existing buildings. This was the old Pizzerina Uno headquarters years ago. The building has sat idle for a number of years when that tenant moved out. And even though this isn't a community commercial, as was mentioned, there are a number of new residential housing developments in this area. My client felt that this project, and we're excited to bring it to you, only complements those recent developments. If we go to the next slide, please. This is just some additional pictures of the exterior of the existing commercial building. And as part of this project, there's a number of both benefits to the new residents, but also benefits to the community. One, this would be a 17%, this would have a 17% affordable housing on site IDP. We'd be creating almost 20,000 square feet of open space, replacing all of this hot top surface, or much of it. We will be at a LEED Gold with all electric and electric charging stations on site, a dedicated bike room, and monies towards a blue bike station as well. This particular project went through an extensive community process working with both BPDA staff, our IAG members, the community at large, and the West Roxbury Civic Association. If we go to the next slide, please. This is just one of the renderings that you're going to see, and you can see all of that green space as you start to go down Charles Park where it meets Gardner Street. And as part of this project, there's going to be a number of road improvements, street improvements, planting of trees along the corridor as well. The unit mix, we've got a mix of 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. And then, as was mentioned, a subsurface parking with 91 underground parking spaces as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dennis to get into the plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. My name is Dennis Greenwood from Souza Design Architects. So here, as Jeff mentioned, this is an overview of the proposed project. What we're looking at is 2 buildings on the site. It was formerly 4 parcels at over 46,000 square feet. And what we did was we linked the 2 via a below-grade parking garage. So you can see in the lower right, that's the southeastern corner of the building. There's one 2-lane entry in and out of the garage with 91 parking spaces below grade. Really what we looked at, focusing on during this project was improving the streetscape, kind of revitalizing that area, getting rid of all that hot top, as Jeff had mentioned. We looked at the linkage between Gardner Street, which is behind the buildings in this view, and linking that via kind of a pedestrian area between the 2 buildings over to the Charles Riverway and Cow Island Pond. And then, so we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So this is a view from the opposite side of the building along Gardner Street. And what you'll see in some upcoming renderings and the floor plans is on this side, what we have is individual unit entries for all the at-grade units. And then again, we have that linkage between Gardner Street and the Charles River pathway across the street. So really, we're looking at this site as linkage between the 2 streets, and also, the newer residential development and the existing commercial development that's in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. And so here's the site plan. Again, it broken into 2 buildings. What we did is we keep a 7.5-foot sidewalk around the perimeter of the site. We were able to set that sidewalk in and create a 5-foot landscape buffer for shade trees and for lawn space as a median between the street and the sidewalk. And then we created a large courtyard area, a lawn space on that building to the right, which is just under 4,000 square feet of usable space open to the public. Then we have that linkage piece between the 2 buildings that's programmed with a grilling area, some lounge area, as well as all the amenities are located off of that portion with individual bike storage per building, gym space, amenity space, lobby entry, and all that type of program. On the upper right is the eastern property line. We use the same setback as 180 Gardner Street apartments. And then on the north side of the building, right across the street from 189 Gardner, we increased that to a 15-foot setback so that we have space for trees to, again, improve that streetscape and also create little individual patio areas for some of those ground level units. Next slide, please. So here we have the parking. I won't spend too long on this, but again, it's a total of 91 parking spaces. We have 124 dedicated interior bike parking spaces. We have 20 exterior visitor bike parking spaces, as well as a 15 bike station, blue bike station. And again, on the lower right is the southeast corner. You can see a single curb cut for the vehicle garage entry. Next slide, please. So this is next. Yeah, there we go. This is the first floor, a little bit faded out. One thing to note is right in front of that area between the 2 buildings, we do have a shoulder that we've created kind of bumping in the sidewalk where we create a pull-off area and a live loading zone to be utilized for ride share and things of that nature. Next slide. And so here, this is kind of an aerial rendering of that portion between the two buildings. You know, what we're looking at with the building is utilizing setting materials out and pushing and pulling of the materials to break up that facade, also to ground kind of the main entry pieces off of this courtyard. We use a little bilateral symmetry piece with the lobby entries, and then programming to really make this a usable space, bringing the green space through from the Charles River pathway over to Gardner Street. Next slide, please. And here's a view from Gardner Street. So again, you can see what we did was we have the 65-foot wide break between the two buildings to really break up the mass of the building, because it really is a long site, and create this amenity space between the two buildings. Next slide. And this is a view back from the Charles River side back towards Gardner Street, actually. And you can see a little bit of the articulation of the building. We're using a cornice at the 4th floor line, a little bit heavier datum there to help break off that 5th floor. We put balconies at the corners to help erode the massing a little bit. And again, utilizing the different articulation of materials with, the brick masonry, which is kind of a traditional residential material, but then starting to break it away with some more contemporary materials of metal panel. Next slide, please. And here's that large courtyard that what we did was we created a little C shape out of the second building there, where we create this courtyard. We also set back on the 5th floor to create usable space on those decks that are going to be green roof and occupiable space up on those 5th floors. So it's amenity for the building. It sets it back and helps diminish the sight line of that 5th floor, but also gives a little overlook over the Charles River. Next slide. And with that, I'll turn it over to any questions the board may have.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Yes, through the chair. What was it? This one, a little larger project than the last one we just heard, double the size. I was looking at the below grade parking. That's a little intricate construction. Could you let us know, if you can, who are you looking at for, as far as construction management or anything of that nature for this one?
Hey, Dennis, if you want to take that. I don't think we're there yet, Mr. Shepherd, but obviously we want to get through the process as we get closer. We're going to start, because this is such a large project, taking, bids on different subcontractors and a contractor to manage the whole project. The developer has experience with some smaller project reviews, one on Alston Brighton. And so we're just getting started with those, but definitely agree. We're going to definitely need some experienced contractors to work on these different parts of the project.
And then one more question through the chair. Looking at all the recent development in that area, you have the one on the corner next to Home Depot, across from Home Depot. You have the ones on Gardner, the townhouses, and then in the back. How is the occupancy? Pretty well?
Yeah, it really is, and that's why more keep coming. I actually just heard yesterday one of the remaining parcels was just being sold. It was one of the smaller ones, but all of those are a mix. So the good thing is there's a mix of condo there, but as well as rental. And the need has been there. They've all been occupied with good rents.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'd just like to note that it's such an upgrade from the existing conditions. It's been, looks like it's been abandoned for some time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Great. Additional questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Linsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, so let's go back to All right, item number 31. Request authorization to distribute grants totaling $274,825 across 2 community organizations and drawing said disbursements from the Boston College Neighborhood Improvement Fund and to take all related actions. Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Bohemus. I'm here before you this evening to present the 2023 Boston College Neighborhood Improvement Fund grants. The Boston College Neighborhood Improvement Fund was originally created as part of a package of public benefits approved in 2013 and memorialized in a cooperation agreement with the BPDA. Boston College committed to provide $2,564,000 to projects that enhance the public realm for which public sources of financing may be unavailable or inadequate in the Allston-Brighton neighborhood. Boston College and the BPDA, in collaboration with the Allston-Brighton Task Force, issued a request for grant applications on July 6th. 3 grant applications were received by Boston College by the due date of August 7th. 3 applications were received, and applicants gave presentations at a public meeting of the task force on October 31st, 2023. The task force voted unanimously to approve 2 of these applications. The BC team and I are here to answer any questions you might have about the grants or the process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote. Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay. Item number 32, request authorization to disperse grants totaling $180,000 across 5 arts and cultural organizations identified through the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, Cultural Space Fund program, and drawing said disbursements from the Channel Center Project Fund. Aaron.
Hello again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Bohemus, and Director Jemison. I'm here to present the proposed disbursements of funds associated with the Channel Center project in Fort Point Channel neighborhood of South Boston. The Channel Center project is a multi-phase mixed-use development that was originally approved by the BRA board in December of 2001. The zoning for the project is controlled by the development plan for PDA number 53. PDA plan number 53 allows for up to 1.55 million square feet of development and calls for the rehabilitation of at least 13 warehouse buildings, the demolition of 5 buildings, the construction of 2 infill buildings, and 2 mid-rise buildings. Since the original approval, 7 notices of project change have been submitted for review and approval. This request for disbursement comes after the most recent review and approval of an NPC for 7 Channel Center in the Fort Point neighborhood of South Boston. Pursuant to the co-op agreement dated January 31, 2003, as amended by a first amendment dated September 25, 2009, the payment of community mitigation funds to the BRA in the amount of $1.2 million is to be paid on a pro rata basis based on the ratio of the floor area for each phase or subphase of the project to the total permitted square footage for the project. Disbursements from this mitigation fund are to be overseen by the BPDA and can be used for social service providers and nonprofit organizations for capital improvements and programming, childcare, affordable housing efforts, public realm improvements, and local arts initiatives and social support functions. To date, the agency has received approximately $1,005,896.90 of mitigation funds in connection with the Channel Center project. $100,000 was dispersed to the La Brea Center in 2012 in South Boston. The BRA dispersed a total of $180,000 to Fort Point's Arts Community, Inc. in 2012 and 2014. Also in 2014, the BRA dispersed $100,000 to Artists for Humanity. The most recent disbursements were $20,000 in 2014 and $100,000 in 2015 to the Fort Point Theater Channel. The BPDA worked with the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture to identify additional arts and culture organizations that are eligible for $180,000 in mitigation funds through the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture's Cultural Space Fund. The organizations identified are all within the South Boston and Fort Point areas and include the Boston Lyric Opera, Grub Street, Cultural Equity Incubator, The Flavor Continues, and Masari Studios. The Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture established the Cultural Space Fund in February of this year. It is an annual fund that provides funding to seed, stabilize, and expand cultural spaces in the city. Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture created the Cultural Space Fund as its first funding program for space-related needs. This is due to the many pressures on cultural spaces in our city. The goals of the Cultural Space Fund are to secure the long-term future of existing cultural spaces and operators in Boston and expand equitable access to cultural space in the city of Boston. The fund seeks to support projects that increase the amount of physical space in Boston secured for cultural uses long-term, increase the power for artists, creative workers, and cultural organizations as it relates to their spaces, increase access to existing cultural spaces, including physical access, affordability, and operating hours. The Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture prioritizes projects that support spaces for underrepresented communities, spaces for cultural production where work is made, and projects that address market gaps. The 2022 to 2023 fiscal year is the first round of Cultural Space Fund. In this first year, a total of $1.5 million was available through the fund. For 2022-23, the Boston Cultural Space Fund includes funds from the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, their annual budget, and contributions from development projects throughout the city of Boston. Applications to the fund were reviewed by a panel with representatives from the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, the Mayor's Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion, and the Mayor's Office. In addition to evaluating the 6 organizations through the Cultural Space Fund process, the BPDA and the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture presented these disbursements to the project's IAG at a public meeting hosted on the 8th of June, 2023. The meeting was hosted on Zoom and published on the BPDA's website. It is our recommendation that the BPDA authorize the director to disperse a total of $180,000 across the aforementioned 6 arts and culture organizations. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay, item number 33, personnel. Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. We have a number of items for your consideration on the BRA agenda with the exact details included in the board memos. We have one appointment in the Real Estate Department, Nerelise Yanis, Senior Commercial Leasing Manager. We have 2 out-of-state travel requests, and we have 2 departures. In the Real Estate Department, Laura Mell, Deputy Director of Real Estate Administration, and in the Research Department, Safi Christel and Kara, Research Analyst. And that's it. I'll answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
We'll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, Mike, and congratulations welcome to everyone who is joining, and congratulations to all the status changes, and thank you so much to those that are departing us, specifically Laura, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, so the next item is contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay bills. And finally, director's update. Chief Jemison, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, board members, and good evening. Great to see each of you. Just to quickly summarize tonight, we had 8 new development projects approved. 656 new residential units were also approved, of which 123 were income restricted, approximately 18% of the total. Total developer's cost estimate was about $511 million. The projects represent approximately 872,000 square feet, of which 600,000 plus are residential square feet. When constructed, these projects will put approximately 871 tradespeople to work and create 66 direct jobs and 463 indirect jobs. We've got just a couple items tonight to summarize. We're saying farewell to a couple of well-loved people. Difficult goodbye to Mike Christopher, who has been working with this agency for almost 10 years. He joined us 10 years ago as an intergovernmental liaison, and a little more than a year later, he became the Deputy Director of Development Review, continuing his IGR responsibilities. And 6 years later, he became who we know him to be today, the Director of Development Review. He's had a hand in every project brought before this board throughout that time. It's really changing the face of the city, along with you, board members, in your work. Throughout his time working for the agency and prior to that, he's really been the definition of a public servant, beginning as an organizer, legislative aide for Democratic candidates, and working in both city and state agencies where I had a chance to meet him years ago in the Patrick administration. He is very Boston, and more specifically Dorchester. He's been coaching and volunteering in that community for years, and service is part of his DNA, example of which is his involvement in the city's food cabinet during the first 6 months of the pandemic when the city was shut down. That team distributed 2 million meals, 500,000 pounds of food, and established a distribution system that supplied more than 70 schools, community centers, and housing developments around the city. He and his team have also volunteered throughout the year, serving meals at local shelters, volunteering at nonprofits. As we all know, working in public service is difficult at times, and Mike is always positive, helpful, a determined problem solver, a wonderful mentor for younger staff. Over the last 9 years, he's built much more than a team. He's really created a cultural impact in the way that the Development Review organization works. Jumped into the trenches with me and everyone else here every day, created a really supportive environment, notably things like a training week, which he created for his staff, and his emphasis on building relationships are some of the lasting impressions he's going to leave us with. His team is better because of the work that he's been doing, and we've had a chance to watch him grow personally as a person who is now a husband and father, and he got engaged and married his lovely wife, Kristen, while he was here, had his 2 children, Michael and Grace, while he was here. We're all better for having known him and worked for him, and he'll be sorely missed as he embarks on his next career adventure. Mike, thank you very much for your hard work over the years, and we truly wish you the very best of luck. I would only add my comments from earlier today at the going away breakfast in the same way, Mike. You really help us keep us together, and we are going to miss you. We also have another farewell to give tonight, which is, unfortunately, this is the last board meeting for us where we get to share the time with board member Brian Miller. Brian has served on the board since 2020, originally appointed by then Governor Charlie Baker. In that time, he's overseen the approval of projects around the city, and he's been a lifelong Boston resident with a deep love for his home of South Boston, always brought a steadfast commitment to building more housing. For 10 years, Brian served on the Library Center Advisory Board and co-chaired the Capital Campaign there. He's been the founding trustee and finance chair for Boston Collegiate, former president of South Boston Residents Group. He's also served and helped local elected officials like Congressman Stephen Lynch as his finance chair. Brian, we appreciate your commitment to the city and want to wish you very well as you move forward out of this role. I would like to also extend my personal thanks to you. You're incredibly warm and informative. When I joined this board, as you have been all the way through, extremely straight shooter with just a candid eye towards what you think needs to happen and the willingness to sort of work collaboratively with us to make sure that good decisions are made here. So we're going to miss you very much, and we thank you for your hard work, Brian. You've been outstanding.
May I have a few words?
Of course.
I'd like to say it's really been a tremendous honor to work with everybody here at the BPDA, the talented board, Director Jameson, Secretary Polhemus. But I appreciate your love, your passion for this city. And I realize, being a board member for so long, how difficult it is to balance some of these issues, and we saw it tonight. We've got a tight, congested city and a tremendous need for
housing and economic opportunities. So the work you do is so important. I was pleased to be part of it, and I wish everybody involved with the agency tremendous success. The staff, tremendous to work with over the years, and I greatly appreciate their dedication and their great work ethic. So thanks, everybody, and it's been my pleasure.
That's it, Brian. We're going to miss you very much, and wish you the very best.
Thank you.
For those who may be worried about future quorum, we will have Kate Bennett will be joining us in December. But again, Brian, thank you very much for your time and your service to the city.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So just a couple other notes. We made a number of important moves today on a number of different parts of the city, but I did want to highlight the Austin Street lots being voted today. The board moved forward with redevelopment of those parking lots in Charlestown, awarding a tentative designation to Trinity Financial. Trinity is going to convert these parking lots into much needed housing, retail, and open space. The property is intended to deliver on some of the goals of Plan Charlestown and the Public Land for Public Good initiative, such as mixed income housing and community gathering space. There's 4 buildings in the proposal, and the development will happen in 2 phases, both subject to Article 80. In total, the proposal includes almost 400 new rental units, about half of which will be income restricted, and 294 homeownership units, 166 of which will be income restricted. There's also retail space and new sports fields, very much needed in Charlestown, public green space, and arts and culture. I want to thank our real estate team for the hard work on this project and look forward to seeing the process progress so we can deliver on the transformation of this land as called for by the citywide land audit. Finally, also wanted to highlight the disbursement of more than $840,000 in community benefits and mitigation funding to nearly 30 community development organizations. This funding comes from a number of different projects in South Boston, the Boston College Neighborhood Improvement Fund, and the Channel Center Project Fund. Funding will go towards numerous causes, including but not limited to improvements in public parks and open space, public safety projects, public arts and culture, and cultural space. It's fantastic to see these real benefits that come from the various projects we approve. We help the community negotiate with community development teams to be brought to life in different communities. I want to thank the staff who've been working to make sure that this happens. Board members, thank you again for your service. As I say at the end of every month, you do a critical service to the city in your review and attention to these projects. And as we say goodbye to a beloved staff member and a beloved board member, thanks again for your time, attention, and hard work.
All right, thank you so much, Director Jemison, and just on behalf of the board, definitely echo your comments on our esteemed board member, Mr. Miller. Personally, I'm very, very grateful for your partnership and admire and hope to replicate the kind of passion and advocacy that you have long demonstrated through your service and participation in our community. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheers. And finally, on behalf of the board, Michael Christopher, the iconic Michael Christopher. You've been around for 10 years, and I've had the pleasure to grow up and develop right alongside with you for these past 8 or 9 years, and just again really respect and appreciate all of your contributions. Boston is absolutely 1,000% a better city for and so is our community and the way we communicate interagency and out to the public. Just very appreciative.
Thanks, Mike. Cheers.
Okay, so that's enough goodbyes. It's time, or let's add one more goodbye, actually. Let's adjourn this meeting. I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you next month. Bye-bye.
Good luck, everybody. Thank you.